3 minutes. Squad 3, hold up on your practice when you've got a full set of pins. If you've got a spare, go ahead and bowl it off. Just a reminder, if you are a senior bowler or a woman or a youth bowler, put S, W or Y in the top right hand corner of your scorecard. The top senior, woman and youth out of cashing will win an extra $300. Please bowl your spare off if you've got one. Go lane 5, 13, 14. Draw a ball.
I don't care. Whatever. We'll good. What do you want to do?
Go ahead and bowl a ball on 14, will you? Anyone. Someone. Get the bag, Lady and Smith. And she made the spin. All right, folks, 8 games. You know the deal. Only a couple over. Predictions are low. You'll know better after this squad gets done. Pretty good squad though. We'll get you going now. Wish you all good luck and good scoring. Last ball for brackets.
Very happy. What hopefully is a great morning already to you. How's everybody doing today? Good morning. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Back with you for the 17th New Mexico Open as we continue qualifying here. Squad number 3 is now on the lanes. Went out and got everyone's name just to make sure that everyone here is well represented. So 5 and 6 on 5A, Sean Whitelaw. 5B is Tyler Albright. 6C is Andre Eubanks. And 6D is Frank Guccione. Uh-oh. Jeff Hamer already being put to work this morning, outside of something that is score related. Then over on 7 and 8, Zach Wilkins is 7A. Mason Edmondson is 7B. Robert Marion is 8C. And Katie Garcia from Wichita, Kansas is 8D. We'll check in on 9 and 10 as well, or Matthews Lee, Kyle King, Michael Fitzgerald, and Mark Lucero. Is on that pair. So I hope everyone is doing well this morning. I'm doing pretty solid. I saw a comment about masks. Masks in this state, the state of New Mexico, along with some other states around the country, recently reinstituted a mask mandate when you're indoors. So everyone here, including myself, in the building, must wear a mask at all times. Of course, if you're bowling, you can pull your mask down on the approach while you're, of course, while you're bowling, completing the shot, and then ask, of course, when you return, please put your mask back. So that's where we stand on that. Oh, good call. Is it keeping me honest today? I thoroughly enjoy it. This is why they have early squads, so you can work all the kinks out. It happens sometimes in this business. Good shot there for Katie Garcia. You know, we saw some lefties have some success yesterday. Specifically, Billy Ginch, who was the leader after 2 games, or excuse me, 2 squads. I'll run down that list in a minute, but he's a plus 24, 16-24 for 8 games is Billy. Specifically, left-handed women, Brandy Silva. A very nice block yesterday in squad 2. She is currently in 7th overall, sitting at minus 36. Got off to an excellent start on the fresh, 236 to 222. All right, I think we're all kosher. We've got audio, we have proper scoreboards. Perhaps most importantly, we have bowling to watch. What's been unfortunate is the amount of missed spares we've seen through 2 full squads. I had a chance to talk with Zach Wilkins yesterday during squad 2. And, he talked a little bit about potentially and he just told me that they're hard, which is what we talked about yesterday. He talked about potentially using, or he was probably going to use urethane, maybe the first couple games. But he just looked at me and said, man, they're hard. Ooh, and it doesn't help when you get tough breaks like that. I've seen that a lot yesterday. 8 pins were the pin of choice yesterday. I do appreciate Zach for joining me yesterday. Hey, Kyle. Bowl Dry Greg is in the building. And Greg doing some great stuff. In fact, if you've never heard of Greg and Bowl Dry, you also check him out. Everyone needs fans when they bowl. I've seen more and more fans in the last couple of months than I have maybe in several years. Carry a fan to keep your hand cool as an addition to the hand dryer, of course, on the ball return. And Greg and his great company, Bowl Dry, takes care of all that for you. Go get you a fan from my man Greg. Check him out. Brian, Kyle, Larry, Mark. Hey, Mark. Mark, I think I may have missed a birthday. If I did, happy belated birthday. Doris is here. Carla. Hey, Jerry. Christian is here as well. I know there's a lot of bowling to watch, which makes the weekend all the more better. We got the PBA Chesapeake Open. The PWBA Spokane Open. Of course, the New Mexico Open, and not including anything else that's happening. So for the first time really since squad 1, we're seeing some players try to play the gutter. Squad 1, there were a couple players to do it. Squad 2, I did not see many. I don't think I saw any, really. And, of course, I didn't see the entire house at that point in time. But from the players I did see around us, no one really seemed to play the gutter in Squad 2. Everyone kind of seemed to start a little further left. Concerted effort, especially even on this particular pair. We just saw Frank Pichoni do the same thing, although his ball just quite didn't get up the hill. Mr. Marion has been doing it. I'll take that spare any day of the week on this. Considering the frame and he lost penny count, you'll take it. If you're just joining us, this is game one. Nice shot there for Mr. Wilkins. Looks like he is sticking to his game plan early here of using urethane. He is on the motive staff. I guess that's a tank. All right, so Billy Ginch, plus 24. And just like everyone else has let me know this week, excuse me, yesterday I should say, if my audio sounds a little low, just let me know. I'm working through my mask and my headset microphone is just a touch loose, so sometimes it drops and I can't see it or feel it to know that it did, but it still sounds okay in my headphones. So I'll just let me know. I appreciate you. Yes, we can, Kyle. In fact, let's go ahead and do that right after this spare attempt. And here we go, 9 and 10. No scoreboard there, but here is Michael Fitzgerald. You got Fitzgerald, that's a good shot. Fitzgerald, Kyle King will about to step up here in the right. Let's take a look at Katie Garcia. Hold on, ball. Kyle King with a credential list a mile long. In fact, I remember first seeing Kyle King at the Open Championships. Ooh, was it 2010 or 2011? But he was bowling with a couple of champions that are here bowling this squad as well. Andrew Kane, Chris Clark. He was the rookie on that team and ended up winning an eagle. Oh my goodness. Haven't seen that yet. That's the first Upper Deck 7 we've seen. Over to Albrecht. This shot there from Tyler. And Tyler kind of playing them in a way that we saw several play them yesterday. Not trying to give it away, keep the angles in front. This is what Zach was talking about, keeping the angles in front. Let's take a look at Zach. 15 to 10 for Tyler. Specifically, just as a roundabout example. Good shot there. But my main example yesterday was Jim Tillery. Who ended up going 81 under, but bowled very well the last few to get to that number. He ended up moving in a little bit, but 15 to 10 was kind of his mojo in the beginning. You know, just trying to get it to the 1-3. It's fair. And we'll see Edmondson, and then back over to Fitzgerald, and we'll see Matthew Zweig, formerly of Arizona State University. Did see a couple of balls go in the channel as well. Look at a shot there from Fitzgerald, who is from, I'll tell you in a minute. The one thing about this event, and obviously the tournament itself is difficult, it's the condition created by PBA champion Mike Miller. Creates it every year. Nice shot there. And you see you got a really good look at Zweig and where he was playing. So far this group looking like, okay, I'm going to try to play outside at least for a little bit. You know, maybe even take a few, not sure if they did this in practice, but maybe take a few balls, you know, with a little bit of surface. I don't think many people have used surface extensively throughout a block. I don't think that might be a good idea either, but you do it during practice, you try to open it up just a little bit. I think if you can get out to a good start at this event, Much like Brandy did yesterday afternoon, 230, 220. Back over to Wilkins, who his last 2 shots have been 10 back to say the least. Didn't even hear it hit the lane. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, I'm not sure you can throw it better than that, especially to kick off a morning squad at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Man. Wow. And off to the left, you see a 5-pin in the left corner of your screen as we watch Kyle King. You see it trying to rebound here. Back-to-back opens. They're offering in the 8th frame. Saw a few 5-pins miss yesterday. Maybe the most I've seen in kind of one day. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the UBA, the Underground Bowling Association. But I went and did the UBA Battle Bowl 12 last week. And if you miss a 5-pin at a UBA event, you're not buying drinks, you're not buying pizzas. You may end up doing it, but that's not the primary punishment. Punishment, if you miss a 5-pin in UBA, is getting essentially smacked in the face with baby powder. Needless to say, there would have been a LeBron-esque powder situation going on in the bowling center. If you know what I'm talking about, LeBron, Michael Jordan used to do the same thing. Put the rosin in the hands and they rub it together and then they throw it in the air, yada right. That's essentially what would have been going on yesterday if this was a UBA event. Wilkins looking for 4 in a row. That's a very good break there. Those are the breaks you want. You don't even need the pins to strike or to fall in that manner. If you miss, you just need to leave something makeable. That's almost like a strike at this. Very nice here from Robert Marion out of Colorado. Minus the 6th frame. And the occasional shot that went Brooklyn. 6th frame, he went 3 spare. He has been very good this game. Back over to King. That time he gets a break. Appreciate those of you who have jumped on early this morning. If you're on the Pacific time zone or in the Pacific time zone, I really appreciate you. Of course, it's an hour or 2 later, depending on where you are in the United States at the moment. But I know you're up because, as I mentioned, there's tons of bowling to watch all around. That's a really good shot there from Mason. It can take a little bit to get comfortable. And that's with anything you do if you're bowling a tournament. Nice shot there for Eubanks. You see Andre, some of the contrast of where players are playing just in the lanes we're watching. I'll give you some score updates. So Fitzgerald, who just struck, He has a 143 in the 8th, strike in the 9th. He can get to 203. I believe Kyle King can get to 183. I beg your pardon. Michael Fitzgerald can get to 183. He is letter D on my scoreboard. Kyle King can get to 203. Mark Lucero, looking to make sure he gets 9 at least. Back to Wilkins. And Matt Zweig, he's about to step up in the 9th frame. Let's see if we can get Choney. We'll get his spare attempt. He'll make it. And then we'll head over to Zweig. 1 open in the 4th. No doubles. A couple of strikes on record. And wow, the ultimate penalty there. 10th frame for Mr. Marion. I've seen some players throw it very well out there yesterday. Jonathan Lawson, Trey Ford was out there. And, you know, nothing to it. If you are a gutter player, there's some score to be had, at least early on this pattern, in my opinion, based on what I've seen through 2 squads. If you can play that area of the lane, you have to be prepared to move left at some point. You can get a few pins early. Let's see if Zweig can take care of business here. 3, 6, 7, 10 attempts. Nicely done. And went very direct at that, too. Generally, you see a cross lane attempt. A push ball. I mentioned yesterday that this pattern, and this is obviously unlike anything most players will see with your, you know, on tour, like Zach, for example. He's not seeing this kind of condition on tour. This is a once a year event, once a year type condition, and the difficulties of the conditions now are part. They're ingrained within the New Mexico Open, and that's why I think a lot of folks come back because they want that challenge, and obviously they want to try to win $10,500. Like Kyle King wants to win $10,500 tomorrow. But I was saying yesterday, just in the fact that watching the grind, watching, you know, 9 be a good shot, or if you miss, leaving 9 is about as good as a strike. It took me back to my collegiate days. We used to bowl on some hard collegiate stuff, man. And they still bowl on hard stuff now. But I feel like just what we bowled on, and mainly because I think sport patterns were, they were still new. So we were bowling on some pretty difficult stuff. And this reminds me of that. Now, it's probably reminding me of that personally because I never was one to throw a lot of strikes. My game was really built on spare shooting and being able to play straight. So I'm watching people shoot 2-0, and I'm like, man, this is me in college all over again. The occasional 220, 230 game, you catch a good pair, a couple doubles, you know, get a break or two, maybe you shoot 240, well in that, you're like 195 and 210. Let's shot that for Tyler, he can get to 194. We'll need another one though to get there. Garcia in the 10th frame. Strong start and has struggled here in the back half. It's with 153. 223, by the way, for Robert Marion. Or 229, I beg your pardon. 199 for Zach Wilkins. Becky, let me know who your son is, if you wouldn't mind. I'm curious if he is going in the right direction. If he's on 4, then he's going to move right. We'll get a chance to see him right here. Albrecht with a double. We get to see Marion move over to 9 and 10, and I'm curious if he can keep that momentum, and that's all you want to do. Zach Wilkins with a nice 199. And again, that is it's a good start. You want to be around even everything and everyone I've talked to so far. To be in the running to make the top 32. You want to be around even. Fitzgerald. First shot in the 10th, a good one. That's a double for him. If he can get to one more, he'll find himself in the 180s. Albrecht. $194. For Tyler, 168 for Mr. Eubanks. Frank shot 163. And then over to 10 for the final shots from Zweig and Fitzgerald. Chris Clark is over on 3 and 4 as well. Talk about past champions. Chris Clark, Andrew Kane in the fields this week. Dwayne Mellinger will be bowling. I believe he's in squad 4 this afternoon. He's the defending champion. Chris Barnes has won this event. Vernon Peterson, I believe, is bowling this week as well. He won in 17. Final shot here for Michael Fitzgerald. Spare will give him 172, and the high game over there was Kyle King with 189. 229 is the high game around our pairs here. And looks like Chris Clark, he can strike one more in the field and get to 221. He does just that. Urethane is in play this morning for several people, as we talked a little bit about that yesterday. So game 1 is in the books. And I would say overall a pretty solid game 1. Had a feel of yesterday's game 1. The fresh and really across the squads, I feel like there's been a decent amount of success. All right, so game 2 on the way. I'm going to go down and get a couple of additional names. If you're unfamiliar with the event, as far as the lane transitions go, left lane moves left, right lane moves right. 24 lane centers, so they're moving one pair to the left or one pair to the right. Simple in that regard for the players. So we'll get you to game 2. I'll add a few names. If you haven't already, folks, please share. Let everyone know what you're watching on social media. Hit the thumbs up. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to BowlStreamTV here on YouTube. There's a couple ways you can get to it as well. BowlStreamTV.com. Link there for you to watch if you need to share this or tell someone where and how to watch. I appreciate you. Game 2 is on the way next. It's the 17th New Mexico Open live on BowlStreamTV. All right, folks, back with you. Emil Williams Jr. Game 2. Squad 3, New Mexico Open. The high game that we have seen, at least in our general vicinity, was 229. It was right here on 7 and 8, game 1 from Robert Marion. Really good shot there from Frank Guccione. Didn't see a lot of bowling balls shape like that until later in blocks yesterday. And just out to the right, Katie Garcia getting back in business. She's going spare double. So for game 2, Zach Wilkins and Mason Edmondson moved over to 5. They're joined by John Strong and Josh Moret, and my man Jeff Himmer with the first score update for this squad of the day. I'll give you that in 1 second. On 7, Mark Lucero and Matthew Zweig. They are 7A and 7B. And then Andre Eubanks and Frank Guccione, 8C and 8D. And then on 9, Keith Fung and... Hold on a second. Yeah, Keith Fung and Edward Thurman. And Robert Marion and Katie Garcia. when we get over to 9 and 10. All right, so the high game was not 229, but it was third on the list. So the two highest games we've seen already in the tournament come here this morning in game one. That should be an indication of probably some of the scores we will see throughout the day. Keith Dahmer shoots 265 in game one. John Johnson shoots 244. Robert Marion, as we saw here, 229. Matthew Tran, 221, along with Chris Clerk. That's your top 5 scores. Dwight Burns shot 211 and 6. Keith Fung, 7, 210. Keith Lesko, 8th at 204. Al Wolf, the 3rd, 9th at 203. And Emily Eckhoff, 10th at 202. I believe 4 women are bowling in this squad. We saw 3 yesterday afternoon. Not sure if we had one in the morning. So already looking pretty good from a score perspective. 10 players are plus after 1 game. And you see Brian Skidmore, Zach Wilkins, and Andrew Kane all shot 199. We saw Tyler Albright with 194. Leroy Espinoza at 193. Sean Whitelaw at 192. Eric Haggerton 190, and that's 17. Pretty good scores to start the squad number 3. And while we have it, let's take a look at Keith crossing over, or not crossing over, excuse me, carrying a 4-pin. See again Garcia back over to Eubanks here. And for the first time today, we will have, yesterday I said, you know, we always say like the man, the myth, the legend thing, but I think it is really true for Steve Mack. He is actually the man, the myth, and definitely a legend. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. How you doing? Not as good as Keith Dahmer and John Johnson.
Well, they've opened up like a house on fire, and then as the block goes on, it's going to burn to the ground. That's my prediction. They're not going to keep that scoring pace up, obviously. You know, a couple of years ago, the leading qualifier was Chris Cotslow, who was in this squad. He was 254 over, and there was a bunch of people 200 over. And it was a pretty tough shot too, but they were able to master it. But this one here's on the tricky side of average.
Spare for
I like Katie's game.
Yeah.
He's got a good approach, real good approach.
Shocker still lives in Wichita.
Let's see.
Was Zweig working on that slide, his approach. Edwin Thurman is going to be up momentarily. This is Guccione. Can we get a washout make here? Bounce it, maybe?
Frank made the show here one time. He's been a pretty consistent performer here over the years. Mason Edmondson just won a tournament in West Texas, the doubles in Amarillo. Had a big field in that one.
I tell you, it's always good to come in to this event, I would say specifically, with a little bit of confidence. because it could go away quickly if you don't have any.
Yes. If you start with none on this shot, you'll be ripping hair out soon enough.
This is game 2.
John Strong here on lane 6 would love a bowling centre to reopen in Las Cruces. It's a big city in New Mexico, second behind Albuquerque, and it hasn't had a bowling centre for quite a while. They did have a 32 laner there, and it closed some years ago, and there's been talk of a 12 laner going in and this and that, but nothing's happened yet. Good shot for Mark Lucero, sparing the washout on lane 7. Interesting game for Mark. 3-9 misses and then spares the washout.
He got out to a slow start.
Yeah,
in game 1.
Doesn't get much slower than that.
That was a lovely shot there for Edward Thurman. Let's see, Garcia, Eubanks there. And
Andre's been here before. We had quite a few come in from California this year.
this is Josh Moret, or Morit. He's on a 3-bagger. That's got to push. And single pin leaves are just such breaks in this.
Yeah, Moret shot 67 over in the sweeper on Wednesday for 3 games. That big number came out of left field there. That was a good night for him. And already shooting the first game here, 184. Probably one open and no doubles. That's what that looks like.
Did you happen to have Robert Marion bowl any sweepers this week?
No.
Okay. He's had a very good command of the gutter so far.
One of the few playing out there, and probably not a bad idea early on. And there's Keith Fung out there as well. Mason Edmondson almost brought it back from the twig on the left. Yeah, where people are playing is dictating the transition time around games 4 and 5.
Yeah, we did not see that happen very well yesterday afternoon. Squad 1's transition was a lot better overall to me than Squad 2. There were more people playing out Squad 1. Squad 2 was like, we're going to try to play a little further left. And that afternoon, or the middle of the block towards the end, got really grindy. What's that song, Living on a Prayer? That's what was going on last night.
Yeah. They better be down on their knees this morning, praying for divine help here. Almost carried another one. He's a big boy. He got plenty of power, Andre. I really like her game. Getting up to the foul line. A small 200 going at the moment. They better hurry. That's back-to-back misses of the head pin.
Good news for Katie, though. She had a slow start early in game 1, but she started well. Very similar to how this game is going. But then she ran into a few tough spares, topped a couple. But she's leaving, obviously, some good stuff that she can make. Peggy says hello, by the way. Steve, Peggy said hello. And
from Las Cruces.
And my guy, Gus. Joe back in the building. He'll be here at about 11. Ramsey, yeah. In my short time with Steve, I cannot respect him more because of his level of honesty. I enjoy it very much. It's also quite refreshing. Plus, when you've seen all the stuff he's seen, and the amount of events and shots that he's seen just at this tournament alone.
Oh, goodness. Ooh. Well, Fung trying to stay outside. A little bit too much. Not happy with himself there, that's for sure. Let's see if Frank can bring that back from. Ooh. Well, look along here. You got a 3, 6, 10, a 4 pin. 3, 6, 4, 7. Oh, there's a sighting over here. Lane 12, a 5-bagger.
Oh my!
Yeah, and
The
they're
first
all red on the scorecard. That means it's real. You know, you look at that.
No score corrections.
We had some interesting times in the Pro-Am last night. We had 120 people here. It was just a great night. Stu Williams is always fun to be around. And Francois Lavoie bowled very well last night. His last 2 games in the Pro-Am were 295. He left a designer washout, and then he shot a 300 in the 3rd game. Brian Bledsoe, another one of our pros, had a 300. Billy Grant, a 300. And one of the AMs, Sean O'Mara, had a 300 as well. Some good scores, and we paid out $3,600 last night.
Wow.
Oh, Andre. Now, that's the one you want to build a double out of. John. Peggy, no dinner for him when he gets home.
Okay, that must be Peggy's son?
Yes.
Okay. She did say in game 1 that her son was bowling on 3 and 4.
He's the one that would like to get a bowling center opened up down there again. There's going to be plenty of opportunities around the country when COVID eventually goes the way of the dinosaur. There's so many centers that didn't make it through the pandemic. It's almost criminal. So there's going to be opportunities for new bowling centers for sure. I don't think he can be too deep on the approach. Frank needs to drift a little left, get something weak in his hand. He's got a lot of hand in it.
Yeah, we saw getting in early yesterday didn't really pay off. It could be deceiving, I think, as well, because you could probably score there for a bit, but it's just going to force you to move quicker than perhaps if you start a little further right to begin. Throws are great.
Well, Tyler Albrecht on lane 4 down there. He's lost a ton of weight on purpose, and it's really helped his game. He was posting on Facebook a few weeks ago that he was just disappointed and depressed with his performance in some event over there in West Texas, and then last week comes out and wins an event with a 228 average. So I guess he had a stern talk with himself, took himself out to the woodshed and came back for a
You know, it's like the saying, shoot or shoot, right? If you play basketball. Bowlers bowl.
Yeah.
And at some point, you know, we all go through some level of, whether it's slump or disbelief, we lose a little confidence. But I feel like the game never really goes away. The skill never goes away. So it's there. Sometimes you got to rediscover it.
Yeah. And, you know, it really is an inanimate sport. We're the ones that make it difficult. And someone's always going. I mean, someone will shoot 100 over
Sure.
on this today.
Yeah,
I'll bet.
I think
I'll
so.
bet money on it. And
I think
and
so.
a pretty good 100 too, probably.
Wow, that is. I'm not sure I've seen that in a while. You do everything to get the 3, 6, 9, 10, and then the 9 just kind of wiggles and waves at you. Good shot.
Well, that was interesting. Zach Wilkins just took a re-rack and must have liked the look of it on lane 6 and ended up carrying the 10 pin. Good for him.
How do you get so many of your great local players and local to here, Albuquerque, the state? The amount of players that you got from the state bowling your event is, and I've seen it go the other way in certain areas of the country too, where you can't get local participation.
Yeah. Well, we've got a good mailing list. I have an employee here, Angelique, who calls and texts people, and we let them know what's on and that we'd like them to bowl here and so on and so forth. And the culture here at Tenpins and More is leagues, tournaments, open play, birthday parties, company parties, pretty much in that order. And I think to survive in the business of bowling these days, you better think along those lines. I mean, all these bowling centres that are entertainment centres, and they've got 200 games and 11 lanes or something or other, some of the chains. It's tough when you haven't got leagues Monday to Thursday, I can tell you that.
It's a good philosophy.
I'm happy that I grew up in an era where leagues were vital. I told the story yesterday, 32 lane centre in Sydney. We had 2,300 league and high school bowlers there every week, and we did 40 lines of bed for years. Well, Zweig started with a double, and he's had 4 open frames since, and none too happy with himself.
Garcia back-to-back opens. That's a good one.
Well, Wilkins hoping to get a 190 out of that, and now he's going to have to spare this 5-pin split to shoot 160. And not only that, but he's going to want to get a good count if he doesn't spare it. Pins are going to matter. A pin here and a pin there is going to make a big difference come tonight about 11 o'clock.
I know I'm going to experience it, obviously, but what's the frenzy like when you get to that point? Last squad, final couple games.
Yeah, a lot of talk and chatter on the concourse, and a lot of frayed nerves and whatnot down in the playing area. Well, Robert Marion's going to shoot a 2-0, 1 open, a couple of doubles.
He shot 229 on 7 and 8 to start. Well, that's a very good beginning for Robert.
Andre Eubanks, 201. Par here, I mean, par is 200.
Sure.
In this tournament, you have to think par is 196.
Yeah, I'll take
194. 193, so that if you shoot a 190, you're not down on yourself and thinking dark thoughts. 194 is going to be a pretty good number for the top 32. Look at Matt Zweig. Goodness gracious me. looks could kill these pins would be out of business.
This, yeah, while it's unfortunate that the mask mandate has been reinstituted, it might be right on time for this tournament. That way, bowlers can hide their expletive words in their mask.
Yeah.
Frank?
Oh, Frank, goodness gracious me. Mason Edmondson, ooh, that's a nice finish for him.
Big shot there.
Real nice. Well, that's probably some sort of a record for Matt Zweig there. Started with a double, split, spare, chop, spare, chop, split. 135, goodness.
Have you guys kept records of high and low games? Like, have we had 300 shot in this tournament?
In this tournament?
Yeah.
Ever?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sparingly, I might add. I think there's been, this is the 17th year, we've probably had 7 or something. Wouldn't mind one on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Around about 4 o'clock.
That would be...
win a $20,000 2021 Buick Encore from Petrie Buick GMC Kia. It's a large dealership down the hill from Rio Rancho, just opposite the largest mall in the state, Cottonwood Mall. 1 million square feet down there.
I'll take a Buick Encore.
Yeah, nice vehicle. A couple of our friends have bought cars down there, and they're both Encores, and they really like it. Well, that's a tough break for Katie Garcia. Having said that, she opened 2 frames and ended up with 185, so solid game. I'm sure she'll be one of the contenders. Left-handed woman yesterday, Brandy Silver, did well.
Absolutely.
She's right up there.
I think,
Do you have yesterday's score sheet?
Yes,
This
right
all squads.
I think it was 10.
Have a look at the numbers here. Just a recap. Billy Gensch from Colorado. Top 3 are all Coloradans. 24, 9, and 1 over. Jason Fujimoto, formerly Hawaii, now here in Albuquerque, 19 under. He posted on Facebook this morning. It's now out of his hands. Jacob Gill, early leader yesterday, had 3 170s in these last 4 games. He could have had anything early. Trey Ford out of Oklahoma, 35 under. Brandy Silver's the top woman at the moment, 7th place with 36 under. That's a pretty good number. And then there's 44, 55. I usually look for gaps in the scorecard to see if the higher number of the gap is the one that ends up making the cut. And we've got 35, 36, 44 under, 55 under, 68 under. That 44 to 55 could be the thing later on tonight.
Speaking of Brandy, she is watching and said hello to you. So hi, Brandy.
All right.
She is watching. Someone asked about, is it a house shot? Oh, no.
Who asked that? Someone that doesn't know the reputation of this tournament, apparently. It's never a house shot here. Medic 96 744 said if this was a house shot, the scores would definitely be higher. Well, they'd be higher for sure, absolutely. But these brand new pins are probably keeping scores just a tad lower as well. They're 3 pound 9 ounces cubic or AMF pins. They're made up in New York, and my prediction, Zweig, 220 this game.
Yeah, he came out firing.
He's mad.
And ball changed and made a jump left.
Now, here's Al Wolf from Colorado. Big backswing, very powerful. Look at that. He got hit with a kitchen sink in the form of Chris Barnes's 300 to 257 block in the brackets last year. You know, Barnes in 2018 barely made the cut. He was 29th. We took 32, and he bowled poor old Al in the second match and hit him with 557. And
that is kitchen sink-esque.
And never looked back after that. Ended up winning the tournament and $13,060.
Yeah, Chris Barnes is a good dude.
Yeah.
On and off the lanes.
A couple of our local bowlers here on lane 5 and 6. Mark Lucero getting his feet wet in the first scratch tournament that he's ever bowled. Bowls a couple of days a week in leagues with his friend Martin Neal, who's also in this squad. Martin's sandwich shop downtown Albuquerque finally got reopened. You know, with the restrictions here in the state, everyone was working from home, and so the sandwich shop downtown had to stay closed, even if it was allowed to open, because there wasn't anyone in the office buildings. It was really a ghost town down there, but it's open now. He's got a great gig down there with his mum, and makes the bean sandwich. He brings one in to me occasionally.
I gotta be honest.
And in case he's listening, very occasionally. So I wouldn't mind a couple more here and there now and then.
I was gonna say you have such pride, obviously, in where you live, and the amount of time, obviously, that you spent here. Not only this area, of course, but the state in general. So I had to come back because, well, number one, I'm hungry, so I definitely would like to try this sandwich shop.
Yeah.
And two, but I mean, there's just so many things I feel like to come back and take a look at. So I'll be back.
Yeah, it's a very scenic state. There's a new restaurant. It's called 10.3, and it's at 10,378 feet above sea level. And the only way up there is to get the tram. We have the world's longest vehicular tram. I think it's longer than the one at Sugarloaf Mountain down in Rio de Janeiro, and it's a nice ride. Great views of the city. They have floor to wall to ceiling windows in this place, and it's just a real treat to get up there. I used to supervise a bowling center in Rio, and the headquarters of the company that we were involved with down there had 16 centers in Brazil and a couple in Argentina. We built quite a few bowling centers when I was involved down there. And one time the guy said, we need to get a helicopter and we're going to have a look at a location in a mall at Ipanema Beach. So we flew over the beach in this helicopter quite low, and then the helicopter pilot took us right near the statue of Christ. It was fabulous. I was probably 100 feet away from the Lord. It was nice. And then flew us in and out of Maracana Stadium that held 180,000 people when Tina Turner performed there in the late 80s. It was fantastic. Incidentally, there was no soccer game there that day. It was empty. So.
But did you get a chance to see Tina, though? That's the question.
Took my wife down to Phoenix when Tina Turner performed down there at the place where they play ice hockey. Had 20,000 people in there. It was a full house, of course, for her. Fabulous performer. And we wish her all the best in her recovery from lots of health issues.
You may be one of the most well-traveled individuals I've had a good conversation with.
Yeah, travel's good. Not so good after 9/11. That kind of dampened people's enthusiasm for it, and you know, it's still nice to be somewhere else occasionally. Good spare, very good spare for Mark Lucero.
Mark's been out here doing his thing on the spare game. Good shot there for Thurman.
You know, Ed just loves these sport shots. He's born and bred on them. He was a league bowler here in the Albuquerque area, moved up to Colorado.
Al Wolf, huh? Able to keep that urethane in front of him, but use his rev rate to his advantage.
Yeah.
Good carry. Although that 8-pin was the last to fall. the heavy pins do. There were probably a few hits I saw yesterday that would normally maybe carry minus new pins.
That's 2 for 2 on 5 for Zweig.
You're in for 220 on Matt. Couple of hellos. Chris Lawson, thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. Certainly a pleasure. All right, unable to make it out this year. Definitely planning on next. Me too, if Steve will have me back. Let's see. Plainview Bowling Center. Hey guys, Jeff Wirtz. Not sure. Wish we could be there competing. We do too. Sandra is watching John Strong until James bowls tonight. Mario says, Steve, every tournament you run always is the highest, always of the highest quality. Look forward to seeing you. He's bowling at 12:30.
Oh, look at Doma. Followed a 265 with a 206, 471. Big leader. Marion with his 200 over there on 9 and 10. He's 429. 428 for John Johnson. The top three is still the top three. Emily Eckhoff opened 2 frames in her first game of 202. 223 the second, so she's in fourth with 25 over. Brian Skidmore did well on 1 and 2, 223. Keith Lesko added another 210. Chris Clerk 190. Ed Smaglik, look at them all over the card here. Wow, we've got 11 over the card after 2 games. And Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, they're all over this like a bum on a ham sandwich. Kyle King making a comeback. Kyle's lost a lot of weight. He's had some health issues, and very good to see him back on the lanes again, a former Team USA bowler. Josh Moret, small 200. Well, there you go. Look at this. Goodness. Everyone down to 29th place, 50 under or better. That's an interesting scorecard. Pretty good quality squad here. Having said that, Chris Cotslow, a numerous match play finalist here and bracket finalist. 165, 198. He's got a bit of work to do. He bowled very well on the house shot in the Pro-Am last night. He had a 296 no tap and a couple other big numbers. In trouble here. The ones that were in trouble pretty much stayed in trouble. Steve Decker moved up to 23rd. He's 40 under now. Andrew Kane bowling the twig. Former winner here, 199, 169. He'll be making the turn soon. In fact, he has made the turn. He's down on lane 1. And has had a 4-bagger. I don't think we're going to keep him out of the top 32 this time. Looks like we'll have quite a few lefties in it. And there's a double on the way to a 4-bagger for Zweig. What did I predict? 220?
220, you said.
Well, he sure needs it. 87 under. Needs a few of them.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's on his face, certainly. And clearly, obviously, if you watch the game, he knows wasn't happy about the way that game went down. Mentioned made the move in. Ball change, looks like maybe an idle. Oh,
Keith, right now, mate, you better capitalize on that one. They don't come too often. Oh, goodness. Leroy, local bowler, good supporter, bowls league here, and in other centres, the other side of the river. The Rio not so grand. Have you been over the river yet?
not yet. At least I don't think I have.
It's unbelievable lack of water in there. You know, we've had a pretty good monsoon season, but they must be holding it back up in Colorado, one of the pueblos. There's not much in it today, I tell you.
How far is it from here?
The river's probably about 3.5 miles from here, east. You know, if it had the water in it that it had in the 40s and 50s, we'd be able to have riverboats going up and down there, but not anymore. You can walk across it. It's like crossing the Red Sea down there. Well, there's a 4-bagger over there. Andrew Kane had a 4-bagger. Turkey for Zweig. 1 to go. Matthew, replay this and remember what I said.
220.
Oh, goodness. That's criminal when you're struggling and then you finally hit the hole somewhat and leave that.
Oh. Good break for Al.
Isn't it strange on a really hard shot you get all this garbage hit? You get strikes from nowhere and then you go bang, 8-pin, bang, 9-pin, 4-pin, 4-9.
That's about how it goes.
Strange business.
Hmm. 2-4 right off. Plainview Bowling Center mentioned hopefully they can run a few more qualifying sweepers for
I
the
think
18th.
this ball is going to go down there quickly. Not too quick.
Nine o'clock Mountain Time. Appreciate you tuning in. This is game 3 of 8. 17th New Mexico Open, Squad 3. We've got 2 more squads left today, 12:30 p.m. Mountain and 6 p.m. Or
6,
5.
yeah.
6 p.m.
I advertise 6. It's usually a little later. We run the lanes after each squad, and you only need a couple of slow pokes in there, and that'll put you out of business.
Always got to be proactive.
Kane is going to have a good game here. He's got a 4-bagger spare double. Started with a spare as well. He can go off the sheet for 269.
I think it certainly was to be expected. Some higher scores in some of today's squads. It did not take long for that to happen. Game 1, 265 on board.
That 4-bagger down there belongs to Emily Eckhoff. Here she comes up. She's on lane 13, out of view here, but I'll tell you what she does. Out the window.
First saw Emily in 2016. She ended up repeating as the intercollegiate women's singles champion.
Yeah, and a nice lady to boot. Finished 6th here a couple of years ago against all the men, and almost went higher.
She can play.
Barely missed the top 4 playoff. Oh. Well, Thorman missed this one a moment ago. Let's see if he makes it this time. Oh, barely. Wow.
What's your ratio, you think, of how many events you run that are either house shot, sports shot? You kind of have a nice mix to try to cater to everyone who prefer
no,
one?
Yeah, no, I tried to run, there's that 4-bagger I promised. Matt, that'll be $5 you owe me. That's what Lucy gets, isn't it, for advice? I gave it to him mentally. I knew that his anger would turn into strikes. That was my game in the old days. Disappointment and anger usually produced the goods. I hardly ever run sport shots in tournaments. Everyone wants them, and when you put them on, no one wants them. You know, they don't want to be embarrassed or, you know,
Pride.
suicidal at the end of an 8-game set, so they don't show. Oh yes, I had to mow the lawn, take the grandmother to Smith's supermarket or some stupid excuse, so I don't bother with them too much. You know, and besides that, you've got to reset the Kegel lane machine and all that. It's kind of a nuisance. I'd much rather run this thing on a house shot, but then it'd take 400 over to make the cut. People would eat it up.
Well,
having said that, since we got reopened, you know, we got reopened again for bowling on April the 30th. We've only had 2 300s. One was by an 18-year-old kid who's in one of the squads to follow today, Hunter Mays. And the other one was by one of our military veterans here, bowled in the Pro-Am the other night as a pro, Pete Sheridan. He shot 1,072 on the house shot for 4, and it had a 300 game in it. So we've only had 2 300. Typically in a month we'll have 7 or 8 300s here. But, you know, I think the lack of play, no one practiced here for 17 months. I lost a few bowlers because of that. Matt Smith, who finished 3rd in the 2019 tournament, chose not to bowl in this year's event because he hasn't been bowling at all, for example.
I can certainly understand that. This is one that you'd like to have a few games under your belt before you shoe up, certainly knowing what the challenge is going to be. Weeks run stopped at 4, left the 1-2 and made it.
That's all he needed, 220, stay clean. Of course, he'd like to go off the sheet for 258, and talking about going off the sheet, Kane added another one, and he is currently in the 240s down there, Andrew Kane. And that's going to help him get over the card. He'll join the current 11 over the card with a spare in the 10th, left a 7-pin on lane 1.
This is going to be the highest scoring, I think, kind of group of lanes that I've seen so far, because the scores are everywhere. They're on lanes 1 and 2, definitely on 5 and 6 with Matt. This still could be potentially some good stuff from Keith and Josh, respectively, on 7 and 8. And Zach Wilkins is going to be in the in the 2-0s.
I like to see a pinfall like that in a no-tap. He's a 1-pin only, but that's a 2-0 for him, Zach Wilkins. And that's about 10 over the card. Needed it.
You did have some very, very eager Pro-Am bowlers last night, which I thought was very cool. It was the first time I'd seen a Pro-Am in 2 years.
It was a good crowd, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great.
They had a lot of fun and had a lot of compliments on it last night, how much they enjoyed it. Well, 205 doesn't hurt. He's 557, 43 under.
Looked like Zach had made a move left too, like we had talked about yesterday when he was on. His game plan was probably would start with urethane first couple games before making a move, and I think that's what he did. I'll tell you, if you're watching Matthews Week, you can get a good blueprint on perhaps exactly what you need to do, even though it's game 3.
Yeah, across the house here, it was like this. We had wood here till 2014, and then I remember we borrowed $150,000 from the bank to install cubic or AMF approaches and lanes and pin decks. And there was a 70-year-old man standing on the concourse one day, and the job was being completed. And I said, "Do you know any?" I was 70. No, I was about 67 at the time. I said, "Do you know any 67-year-olds that would borrow $150,000 at that stage of their life?" He said, "Yeah, some guy with his 5th wife." So we took the plunge. I mean, I love wood. I grew up on wood. Everyone in my era did, of course. And I really never wanted to get rid of it. But, you know, 20,000 bucks. We did such lineage numbers here, 8, 10, 12,000 games a year for a number of years that we needed to resurface them every year. So that's kind of an expense we could do without. And you know, I must say these lanes are really nice. Lou Trunk, have you ever heard of Lou?
Lou,
Yes, Big Lou. He did our lanes for us. We were so pleased to get AMF to bring him to our house. And interesting guy. We took him out to dinner a couple of times.
He's got a lot of stories.
Yeah, a lot of stories. And I mean, he did 6 lanes at a time, and we would have the league. It was in summer, late summer, and we had our leagues bowling, and he'd have a few man crew, local guys, carting out parts of the lane, the wood lane. You know, they're really heavy. Wood lanes are tremendously heavy, and he'd be walking across the approach. We'd just wait for him. Oh, off you go. Nice to get them out of here. Good pin decks, good kickbacks in this place too. Really lucky to have good kickback. We've never had to replace, I shouldn't say anything, of course it'll happen, but we've never had to replace a kickback in there yet. 23 of these pin setters, A2s, came out of Japan, and one was made in America. The rest all have Japanese writing on them. Brunswick pin setters and AMF pin spotters were both manufactured in Australia when the boom hit there in the early 60s, early to mid 60s. They would export them from Australia. AMF ended up at a place in the Indian Ocean, La Reunion Island. And I went there in 1980.
Wow.
La Reunion. Google that, folks. Have a look where that is. Had to get an egg beater from Madagascar or someplace or other. Been to some interesting places.
It's man, I could it's clear that we could just sit and chat, and you would tell me something that I've never heard of every single time I talk to you.
Well, you're probably happy to be out of Chicago for a weekend.
Not really. I miss my children. And my wife.
I spent some time there with Mort Luby. He had the Bowler Journal office in the John Hancock building. I think his office was on the 67th floor, and he had an apartment on the 87th floor or something or other. And I was there during Super Bowl.
Moore was living large.
The Bears were playing
oh, that was 86.
Miami.
Yeah.
And I looked out the window straight down, you know, with 800 feet in the air or whatever it was. and there was zero traffic. I mean, it was the best time to walk around Chicago. No one was around. Everyone's watching the game. And that was when Refrigerator Perry was a big name in the sport.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's those are moments that forever live in Bears fans' history because they haven't won since.
Yeah. Okay, well, you need a bigger screen. I can't read anything.
Plainview Bowling Center asks about who won the yesterday's added money from the sponsors.
Well, let's see. Good question, Mark Waters. Mark, a good supporter, runs qualifiers for this tournament. Do we have all the squads?
No, but I think I can tell you from the combined one for sure.
Yeah, here we go. In B squad, Mark, the $1,000 went to Billy Gench, $350. Dale Coffey, $250. John McIntyre, $150. Jason Fujimoto got 100 and a quarter, and Brandy Silver 100 and a quarter. And then in the first squad, Jimmy Tillery was 5th. He got 100 and a quarter there. I think we mentioned those first squad names before. Eric Haggerton down there with a 4-bagger, going to pump out a small 200, and Emily is in the 230s, and she'll be coming this way. It's going to give her a good number.
Yeah, that A squad again was Jacob Gill, Trey Ford, Scott McCleary, Michael DeVore, and Jim Tillery, who I complimented after we got done yesterday. Really liked him. He's going to be in that mix too for some, certainly for some cash and spots. How many you pay this week?
In this tournament, it'll be about 48, 49. Some of the folks have issues getting into town. The flights are late all over the place, all cancelled. And apparently some people are having difficulty getting into town here.
Well, you hate to hear that.
Stuff happens. Called life, I think.
That was almost me on Thursday.
That's a big game for Big Al. 229 coming up.
Zweig made his 610, so he's all but guaranteed himself 220, just like Steve talked about and predicted.
I was talking about the lanes here. He's trying something there. Yeah, interesting. 226 for Zweig. Yeah, some of the best pairs in this house would be lane 1 and 4. That'd be a great pair. Lane 5 and 7. Lane 10 and 12. I mean, if we could just swap lanes around. They were like that when it was wood. And they've got the same characteristics now that we've got the synthetics down. It's pretty interesting.
Heck of a game there from Al. 229.
Yeah, good finish.
I think he left, what, 4 pin? Maybe a 7 and a 10 pin?
Yeah.
If I recall.
Well, let's see down here, this end of the house. Emily can go off the sheet for 255 down there. She's not up yet, but we'll give you that score. That'll put her nicely over the card. She could be 80 over after this game. Of course, in this condition, you don't want to be thinking, oh, I'll be 80 over when I finish this 10th frame.
No, you'll be 80 under after.
I'll get the 55 over if I close the 10th. That'd be probably a better mental thought.
You will be 80 under quickly with that mindset here at this event. It is literally like we talked about yesterday. You got to go just literally one at a time. Like you cannot get ahead whatsoever. And outside of Emily's talent level, obviously, but I think her game is just so simple. I think it just fits difficult conditions. She's not trying to do too much with the bowling ball.
Yeah. Here she goes. Oh, flat 10. but hanging around the pocket like a bad smell over there, that's for sure.
How bad is it? Like body odor, like garbage. How
Huh?
bad's that smell?
Oh, Ed. Such a reliable spare shooter. He's missed back-to-back 1-pins on lane 7. Notice his girlfriend's just walked in the center to watch. That probably didn't help.
Yeah, that's, you know, it could go either way.
Yeah.
When that happens. You know, kind of, you
Tried too hard, trying to
confidence
impress the lady,
right.
and
we're all guilty of
you
it.
deep press her instead of impress her.
Nice shot.
Well, Fung can go off the sheet for 193. Won't hurt him. He's 18 under. Put him about 20 some odd under. Zweig went to that well once too often. Left a 2-4, 8-10.
Oh, get a break. Checking over on 9 and 10 real quick. There's Frank. Didn't like it as soon as he let it go, but he got a break. All back to Keith here coming to
And
your screen.
we were just talking about it. Emily flags the 10-pin. Such a reliable. Misses the 10-pin for 222. Oh, bless me. Oh, you're nuts. Anyway, having said that, she's 47 over, so she's had at least 3 open frames that I'm aware of.
I'll tell you, of the open frames that we saw yesterday, and missed single pin splits, whatever, so many came in the 10th frame. And obviously you're talking, you know, at least 20, maybe 40 pins.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're working with when you enter that 10th frame.
Yeah. Hard to spare the 5. You don't leave many 5-7s these days, but it's hard to spare the 5-7 on lanes with the back ends like these have.
All right, just about complete with game 3. 1, 2, lanes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 already into game 4. So have Thurman, then Josh Moret, and then Mr. Eubanks, Tom Footer still to take care of business over on 9 and 10.
Tell you what, this main pair, it's a tough scoring pair, this one. We saw a lot of rubbish here yesterday, and
yeah, we did.
pretty much the scores haven't improved.
Although this morning, Robert Marion, got us started with the 229 game here on
That
7
was
and 8.
here?
Yep.
Must have had the no-tap scoring mode still up, was it? They're not doing that now.
All the strikes were red too.
The last
They
2
weren't.
games on the very low side of average. Look at this, unbelievable. Kane, after his 240 odd, spare double. And he's coming this way.
And he's just been so good for so long, speaking of Andrew. We will see him in just the next game, or I should say game 5.
USBC former president. Got a few things done while he was in the chair. Tough gig.
Not the easiest. A lot of critics.
Yeah, a lot of has-beens that never were's and never will be's have all their thoughts. And unfortunately, most of them end up on social media these days.
188 for Josh. Final frames over on 9 and 10. That's a huge shot there for Frank. That gets him to the 2 O's at least. Another one, he'll be in the 2 teens. Way back in Andrews, of course, Arizona State days. And then seen him at the Open Championships multiple times with Chris Clerk, Kyle King, for example. I have to think Brett Wolf has bowled this event, right? Once or twice in his life?
He was a bowler every year for a long time, and he couldn't make it one year. I haven't seen him since. Heck of a bowler.
Mm-hmm.
Won the Masters when it was the ABC Masters at the National Bowling Stadium with an old hammer. I think a blue hammer.
Blue hammer.
Yeah.
You should just patent that, blue hammer.
Goodness. Thanks, Frank. Now we've got dead wood to deal with.
And game 3 officially now in the books. I go to 5 and 6. We'll have game 4 here to start. Brett's sister Brandy and her husband Mike opened up a performance training center. B3 Performance in Arizona.
Cortez Schenk coming up in one of the squads later on today. Terrific young bowler. Boy, he tore up the Junior Bowlers Tour along with a lot of other players that have become good adult bowlers there for years. He's won a couple of tournaments here. He won the Youth New Mexico Open a couple of times. We've got that coming up here at Tenpins More at the end of September, the 25th and 26th. That'll be the 7th one of those that we've run, and we're adding $2,500 in scholarship money. So kids, parents, get yourself ready for that last weekend in September. Jeff Heemer, our tournament director here, will be back to run it. It's part of the JBT Mountain West Conference, and we're really happy to be able to bring that. And it looks like we've found a home for it. We ran it in conjunction with this tournament a few years ago. It was horrible. We had half a dozen entries. It was never going to work. So we've fiddled around with dates, and that looks like we're comfortable with that one now. Another tournament coming up here at Tenpins and More is the New Mexico Games. It's a sporting event. It's had as many as 21 sports in it over the years. This year it's only got 10. Bowling's one of them. And because of the pandemic and whatnot, things just getting opened up here in summer. Usually they have over 200 teams in basketball event and so on and so forth. Couldn't run that this year. They got pickleball in it, and I don't know what the heck that is, but
it's becoming increasingly popular.
Yeah, with seniors mainly, I think. Bocce. We've got a bocce court just down the road from the bowling centre here. And there are some bowling centres. I think there's one in your area. Bowling and bowling, regular bowling and bocce and pizzas. Is there some sort of?
That sounds very familiar.
Yeah. I'd like to play bocce. I think I could be good at it.
I've actually been trying to pay more attention to pickleball because it's growing. It seems to be growing at such a pace where you could see it televised at some point too.
Well, they got cornhole. They may as well
absolutely
televise. Cornhole's very popular here. When we were closed, we were able to open the food and beverage. Bowling was closed. We ran a Duke City cornhole tournament out in the front parking lot, and I mean it was a 2-day tournament. It was huge, and food and beverage was really good. But yeah, that was excellent. In fact, there's a group's asked me for a date. They're going to run it in our dirt lot in the back here, probably in the early fall. But that's on television now. That's on ESPN quite often. This young man on lane 8, Keyshawn Manning, lives out at Gallup on the Pueblo out there, and bowls league here. Drives in from Gallup with his dad and mum. His mum is in the field too.
How far is that?
I don't know.
It's not close, is what you're saying.
It's a hike, and it's on I-40, so you better hope there's no wrecks. Now here, this man here, Tom Foster, he's talking about his age the other day, 67 years old. He brought 17 people up from Tucson.
To bowl this tournament?
Yes.
Wow.
The nickname for this squad is the Tucsonites. 17 of the 40-odd people in this squad are from that southern Arizona city.
That's interesting.
And that's real good. Tom's loved this tournament. He bowls here every year. He's been coming here for years and years now. And his group's just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought, like, you know, that this would be an event that you bring a squad, quote unquote, to, but it makes complete sense if you got the room and space.
Yeah.
Why not?
And they like coming here. It's a weekend away, and in fact, Tom had a few of them here on Tuesday night and Wednesday for the early sweepers.
Heard some woos in the crowd. I think Andre had just.
Zweig went light on the first shot on lane 4. Hasn't looked back since. A 4-bagger following that open.
He's gotten it together, and then the Eubanks, it looks like he had just barely grazed the 4-pin to make it. Thurman Fung and Mr. Skidmore.
The nephew of Gary Skidmore.
O'Brien is bowling on 5 and 6.
Just won a scratch tournament and $1,000 here recently. Keyshawn Manning. Keyshawn, this is his first scratch tournament ever. He won our handicap champion of champions tournament a couple of years ago, and he thought he'd give this one a try. Like I said, he bowls league here Friday night and comes in from a long way out to do it. Well, we've got some scores handed to us anonymously by the tournament director. Robert Marion, the leader, 665, shot a 236 that game. John Johnson added 222 for 650. These scores are starting to pop up. 647 for Eckhoff in third. She's coming this way. Keith Dommer had a 167, but he's still 38 over. Andrew Kane, 248, 16. But we've now only got 7 over the card, and the transition is starting to happen. It was 11, so 4 people disappeared into the darkness here. 602 is 7th. Any surprises here from your perspective?
I don't think so. I watched Robert Marion again game 1, and I said, yeah, if he can repeat that, what he's doing, playing the gutter, I'm not sure what he's doing at this point, obviously, but because he's continued to move right, meaning what he's, or where he's playing, I should say, on the lanes. But if he can still make the gutter work for as long as possible, he seemed to have a great command on it.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen John Johnson yet. Talked about Emily Eckhoff and just her game simplicity. She should be able to keep the ball in play. Make spares, keep the opens to a minimum. Haven't seen Keith Dahmer yet, but clearly he's lined up.
On the way.
Okay, he was lined up, shot 260 in game 1. And obviously Andrew Kane is very experienced in those and has won this tournament. Watch Tyler get off to a decent start early. He shot 194, and each game has continued to improve since then. Chris Clerk is a champion as well. I mean, so I expected the scores to be higher today overall, period. How much higher? That was certainly going to be the question.
Oh. Unfortunate miss for Skidmore there. Here's Kane coming up on lane 3. Right there, he's looking pretty solid. He's got very good carry. He's carrying with a 7-pin well.
Let's see, Al Wolf the third. He had that 147 game in the middle. So that's really the difference between his current standing position and being in probably the top 6 right now, more than likely.
Well, let's have a look at Zweig, lane 4.
So get to your screen on the left.
On a 5-bagger. No, he's left that split again. No, the 10-pin went out. Lucky him. Tough spare all the same, the 248.
Rick Miller.
4th place in last year's tournament. Shot a 300 in the no-tap Pro-Am last night as a pro. Won the sweeper the other day with a 37 over for 4 games.
So he had about, what, 12 pros last night?
12 pros, yeah. Good field, too.
Morning.
Well, we've got an interloper here. Jim Tillery, formerly of Moriarty, New Mexico. The Tillery dealership down there sells what cars do you guys sell? Chevrolet.
Morning, gents.
Morning.
How the heck are you? A little groggy this morning, but good to be here.
You look groggy. You also look unshaven.
Well, I didn't know shaving was a prerequisite.
Well, he might
Look at
turn one of
Emil.
these.
Don't hack on me. Look at him. He's in the same boat I'm in.
Yeah, but he's growing that on purpose.
That is correct.
You're just lazy.
I needed a hot tub last night from the neck down. I sat there for about an hour.
Yeah.
I tell you, that S next to my name there, that stood for sore.
Yeah.
Not senior, sore.
Yeah. Hey, you got 100 and a quarter yesterday for 5th place by the sponsor.
I know. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I
Yeah.
Saw that on Facebook when you
Yeah.
put it out, and I thanked that sponsor.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a nice bonus right there.
Yeah.
I did everything I could to back out of that spot.
Yeah.
It was meant to be.
Yeah, you were trying hard to miss extra cash, but you failed miserably.
Well, all I can do is hope that each of these 3 squads today is similar to what we had yesterday.
Yeah, they better hurry to get down to your level. They're scoring reasonably well. There's the. It was after 2 games we had 11 over. We just lost 4 of them. So it looks like the transition is starting to happen, and you know that these top 2 or 3 or 4, they're probably pretty safe, but some of these people may end up in dire straits shortly.
We need to. That's after 3 games right there. Well, we need them to come backwards just a little bit. Is that bad to say?
You can say it.
I can say it. Okay, I'm just
Yeah,
checking.
you're going back to Colorado tomorrow. What difference? does it
I
make?
don't want to go back to Colorado. I want to stay here and bowl. I don't care if I'm 32. I'll bowl
Yeah, yeah,
whoever wants to bowl. I just want to make the 32 spot.
yeah.
I
What was your
figured,
score?
Minus 81.
Minus 81.
I was 11th after 2 squads yesterday.
You ever see the movie Taken? Did you see that
Yes.
movie? Remember the line? Good luck. Minus 81. Jimmy, you are the eternal optimist.
Hey, if I'm 11th right now and 32, by my math, if there's 3 squads today, 7 guys a squad beat
Yeah.
me.
You're
7
doing
times
Common
3 is
Core
21.
math.
21 and 11
Common-
comes to
Common Core
32.
math.
Come on, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah. All right. Give you a due. I mean, at least you've got the score on the board, minus 81. Tonight at about 10 o'clock or so, minus 81 is going to look like pretty tough work to get there. If you're still a chance, there's going to be a lot of people die around 10 o'clock tonight, the last 2 games.
Yeah.
It usually stinks here on Saturday night.
Well, the last couple games are definitely difficult. Yesterday,
Yeah.
I didn't do great through the middle, but the last couple of games, the outside just stayed really, really slick, and you just started going left. And the farther you went left, the more it hooked.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good players on these 3 squads today.
Yeah, really good. Oh, and Jimmy, I want to thank you for showing up for the Pro-Am last night. I had to scramble to find the last pro, you dog. Down at Moriarty. He went to his parents' house at Moriarty. You know where Moriarty is from Rio Rancho?
It doesn't sound close.
2-hour drive. And if you hit a couple of gawkers watching a guy change a tire on I-25, you're going to be looking at
I only dodged about half a dozen tumbleweeds this morning getting out of the mom and dad's farm, you know.
Yeah.
A couple of cats and a fox.
A fox? Yeah.
Well, he didn't make it. I didn't hit him, but he didn't make it.
Moriarty. Sounds like someone in a William Shakespeare play. Wasn't he?
I think wasn't Professor Moriarty.
Moriarty,
from,
yeah. Moriarty.
Yeah,
That's
from,
where they got the name.
Shoot, I'm trying to remember the show.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah. I know all these English shows. They used to show them down in Sydney. Here you've got to watch the BBC North America channel to get any of that stuff.
What else are you missing from home, potentially?
Violet crumble bars and Turkish Delight candy. You can't find candy like. In fact, you can find it here in Albuquerque at the World Market down there, not far from the mall, down the hill. They charge an arm and a leg, but it's worth every $5 of it that they charge you.
Emil, the stories, I'll tell you what.
I've been treated every
This is
every
a
day.
one-man show right here, and he could come up with stories, and half of those stories are true.
Yeah, at least half.
So I went back home last night and was watching the live broadcast on the second squad and listening in. I was trying to figure out numbers, and I'd catch numbers once in a while, but it's hard to tell because you're seeing what comes up on the board right here, but some of the ends are a little tougher. And then Jeff Hemer sent out the list after the combined squads together. And I was pretty excited to see the numbers similar because I think that second squad had 12 to 15 more players, I think, than the first one did.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, we had 40-something.
Yeah, I think 42 on that second one.
So, well, there you are. I'm looking at the combined before this stuff today, and I got to tell you, mate, I love you like a brother.
Don't say anything negative, mate. I don't want to hear that negative stuff this morning. I want you to say something positive right here.
Well, my concern is the gap between 68 and 81.
I know. I see that too.
That's often a situation.
Well, I'm rooting for my brother Steve Klompkin to make it. He's right there in 12th, and I'm rooting for him to be 32nd.
Oh,
That's what I'm rooting for.
Yeah, yeah. I bet you are. Well, yeah.
Wouldn't that be something? And those two guys are 31 and 32. Make some good first-round matches tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Well, you won't be bowling each other.
No, we will not.
You'd be bowling 1 and 2.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying. That puts.
Yeah.
That makes some great first-round matches.
And yeah, it's hard to be the top seed in a bracket.
Well, you saw what happened at the Masters earlier this year. I think Gary Faulkner Jr. was the 1 seed after the 3 days of qualifying.
Yeah.
And he bowled the was it 64 guy?
Yeah, 64.
And he got beat in the first round.
Yeah.
So yeah, once you drop the pins and move the second day.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
Yeah, guys like you have nothing to lose.
I have
you
nothing to
shoot that
lose.
rare 220, you know, after you haven't bowled for 18 months.
I didn't see 220 yesterday. I saw it on a couple other scores, but it wasn't mine.
Yeah.
I was
How
lucky
long
to
did
see
it take you?
2-0 is what I saw.
How long did it take you to get a double yesterday? Did you have one in the first game?
No. I'm thinking, just a minute. You know, it was a long time when you have to think that hard.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't until the 5th game when I got right in front of you. I think I had a turkey, and I threw a Brooklyn in there to get it.
Last time you'd had a turkey before that was Thanksgiving.
When's the last time you had bowled a tournament? When's the last time you had bowled a tournament before this week?
I bowled Nationals the last weekend in July, 17th and 18th.
What'd you shoot for all events?
1780. I was
Oh,
just below
not bad.
1800. Shot a lot of 190 games.
Yeah.
Sounded like here yesterday.
Yeah.
I think this was tougher than Nationals, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I think conditions yesterday played more difficult than I saw.
Well, let's talk about the bowling for a second. Zweig has come back with a vengeance. He's had a 5-bagger of turkey. He's up to the 11th frame in this game, and he left the 2-4-8-10, missed it in the first frame. He left the 2-4-8 in the fourth and missed it as well, but he can shoot 244, and that will get him from absolutely nowhere up to 17 under. He was looking at 100 under at one point. Whoops, false start for him.
Pulled a new Norm Duke right there. Did you see that?
What did,
I said he pulled a Norm Duke right there.
what?
Got up there in about the 4th step and decided to put the brakes on.
Yeah.
Norm does that about as good as anybody.
Tell you what, it's a good effort, full flight. To
I do
stop.
that. I'm out there at the Arrows on my Superman pose, looking for a friend, trying to help me up.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but there he is again, 240. Yes. Well, if -81 misses the cut, you'll be looking for a tall building to leap off.
Don't do it.
Emil, you're going to have to put him on a script because he is ad-libbing right now, and it's at my expense.
Yeah.
I appreciate you,
And-
mate. I
and
do
I
that.
love
I
it.
do.
Yeah. I could annoy you all day long. Never repeat myself.
Are you buying?
You're easy to annoy.
You know, if we couldn't handle it, we wouldn't be sitting here, you know?
No.
Are you buying breakfast burritos this morning, by the way? Because I put an order in for Emil and I at the snack bar. They should be ready here in a few minutes, and I put it on your tab. Is that all right?
I guess.
Okay.
That sounds lovely.
Did you hear that? Got one red and one green coming for us.
Oh, God. You better sit somewhere else, will you, if you're having green chili at 10 o'clock in the morning.
This is New Mexico, mate. We eat it all the time.
Well, Zweig had a pretty interesting game there. He had 3 errant shots. All of them left some version of the 2-4-8-10. Ended up with 241. And that gets him to 20 under after a 135 game. Good effort for him. I think Zach Wilkins just shot 244 as well. Our Canadian bowler. And that gets him a pin over the card. Emily in a bit of trouble over here. 96 in the 6th, spare in the 7th. She can go off the sheet for a small 200. Rich Miller also in trouble. A double but 2 opens. Another double. Big Al just missed this. We got that one. 3 opens back to back. Boy, that puts you under pressure, doesn't it?
There's no guarantees that you're going to try to pull out a double or a turkey anywhere. You get behind early, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
you're pressing.
Yeah.
You're praying
Very
for
interesting. This is a very interesting sport, don't you think?
I do.
You bowled since how long? When did you start?
I started in middle school. I started 7th, 8th grade.
7th and 8th grade. I started when I was 12 and a half. My first 2 games, I never forgot them. I don't know what my 3rd game was, but I shot 59 and 76. I waited 5 hours for a game. My first time I went into a bowling centre. It was school holidays in January and or February, early February, and My brother and I went there, got in their 32-lane house at 8 o'clock, got a ticket and waited until 1 a.m. to get a couple of games on lane 2.
You wanted to bowl pretty bad, I guess, huh?
Wow.
Yeah, well.
Was it
I
new
mean,
back then, back in the 50s?
50s. Yeah, dog. I'm old, but not that old. Started in 62, and that bowling centre opened in July of 61. Bowling was huge in Australia in the early 60s. Oh, man. And all the TV people, the news readers, everyone bowled. Radio disc jockeys, talk show hosts, they all bowled. Ran women's clubs. Oh, it was pretty amazing sport in the early days. Still
Well,
an amazing sport, but it's different now.
I think
It's
it is
different.
too. Yeah, I think it's still an amazing sport. It's been part of my life for a long time, and you know, as frustrating as it gets sometimes, we don't appreciate where we came from and how we got here. But I think the differences and the difficulties are what keep us coming back. It's kind of like golf. I had 2 or 3 good shots on a golf course. I think I got it made.
Yeah.
And then I hit one in the parking lot somewhere, and
Yeah, and break the guy's window
throwing
and
my
take
clubs
off.
in the lake, and
Take off running.
bowling's very similar.
Yeah. Well, you were a heck of a coach. And Dennis Helmick followed you as the head coach at Cleveland Storm, a big school. Just well, how many kids there? 2,700 or something.
We had about 2,700 grades
Yeah.
9 through 12, and it's a mile from Rio Rancho High School. So you talk
Yeah.
about rivalry. Those 2 high schools
Yeah.
are both 2 of the biggest in the state, and to have 100 kids in the program for both Rio Rancho and Cleveland, you couldn't help have that rivalry. It was built in. So
Yeah.
For bowling? That many?
bowling.
Wow.
Yeah. What were your tips for the kids? Dana's the head coach at Rio Rancho. You were the head coach for a number of years at Rio Rancho, and then Dana took it over, and then you went to Cleveland. What were your main points as a coach?
Well, the biggest thing is the first year we opened Cleveland, we didn't have any seniors. We had the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. And
Right.
trying to recruit kids for bowling, of all things, was a challenge. And we had a handful of kids that bowled here
Yeah.
that, they drew the line between, Rio Rancho High and Cleveland High. And if you lived on the north side of the line, you were going to Cleveland. So
Yeah.
some of their friends would stay at Rio Rancho. So I had
Yeah,
a
you
handful.
snagged a few of our kids.
I did.
You-
I tried to do it without recruiting, but
Yeah.
the NMA kind of did that for me, so
Yeah.
it helped.
Yeah.
But I had a good core group that first year, and then we went out and we put flyers out and had announcements at the school, and we tried to recruit as many as we can. I think we ended up with about 25 that first year.
Yeah.
And that first year it's still one of the most memorable state championships I've ever been part of. Rio Rancho and Cleveland coming to the final. And we hadn't beaten Rio Rancho all year. I think we were 0 for 10
Yeah.
going to the state tournament. And our team ended up losing to El Dorado early and had to come back in the consolation bracket.
Right.
And we happened to catch Rio Rancho in the final and had to win 2 out of 3 against them. And
I think Matt Helmick was the
Matt
anchor man
Helmick was
for
the
you.
anchor for Rio Rancho. And his younger brother, Josh Helmick, was the 3-bowler for Cleveland. So we had Helmick versus Helmick in the final. And one was a freshman and one was a senior. And I thought, oh, my God, I got the freshman. Here we go. And we ended up tying. You remember that, mate? We tied.
It was down here on 1
It was
and
on
2,
1
I
and
think.
2. We
Yeah.
tied for the state championship and had to go into a 9th and 10th frame roll-off for the
Yeah.
state title.
Yeah.
And ended up doing it.
Yeah.
Cleveland ended up beating Rio Rancho.
Yeah.
I think it was 40-37, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
40-37, yeah.
It was great. There were
Yeah.
tears all over, and they were
Yeah.
coming from different places. Some of them were happy, and some of them were not.
Yes.
And Dennis Helmick, the dad, he was an assistant coach for Rio Rancho against us that year. And he said he had to go home and deal with two kids. He said one of them was crying because he was happy, and the other one was upset. And I can't even imagine. But that's how it started. And that
Yeah.
second year then, after we won, we got promoted really well by the school and by the press here. And we ended up going from probably 29 to 80 kids that next year.
Yes.
But to go back and answer your question, I know that was a long story there. The tips we gave them, we wanted to make sure the brand new bowlers were not excluded from our 200 average bowlers. So we take the brand new bowlers and we'd work on their steps, teach them a 4-step approach, a basic 4-step approach, teach them how to let the arm swing kind of rotate with the feet, you know, get the timing down between those two. And we let them bowl, we mixed them and let them bowl with some of the better bowlers. They were a little intimidated at first, but the key to our program and the success was having those 200 average bowlers collaborate with the 90 average bowlers, and they learned from it.
Yeah.
And what we saw is we saw the camaraderie being built not only on the bowling lanes, but we saw it on the school. And we saw kids of different genders, different nationalities, different grades that started really liking each other in the school, and they were mixing with people they'd never really hang out with.
Yeah.
And what bowling did was bring that together, and we ended up, the third year all the way to now, we end up with 100+ kids in the program.
Yeah.
And that
You
was
had
what
so
was
many
talked
kids
about.
you couldn't even practice here. We
It
didn't
was
have
hard,
enough
we
lanes
needed
for
those 32
you.
lane houses, and it was crazy. I don't think I've seen a program that big.
Yeah. Yeah, your coaching resume was quite different to ours, and I was watching it, believe me, and talking to the head coach, who I happen to live with, and
yeah, you lucky dude. I don't know how that happened, but
yeah,
you weaseled your way in there somehow.
Yeah, it's a fitting a miracle.
She's a good lady.
I met her in Melbourne, Australia. I didn't know her from a hole in the wall. Out here in America, I'd gone to bring 7 American women to Australia for a nationally televised series, International Challenge Cup. It was billed as the Aussies take on the Yanks at their own game.
Okay.
And Carol Giannotti came out of that group.
Sure.
And she and Wendy McPherson became best buds and dominated
Right.
on the tour here. They won, 35 titles between them or something?
Best
Both Hall of
friends since.
Famers now.
Yeah.
And they met on that particular tour. Ruth Gerster, one of Australia's very best bowlers. Jeanette Baker was in that, 2-time World Cup champion. So we had we were definitely the underdogs. The Australians were the underdogs. And I'd never met Dana. I'd met 7 of the women that I brought out at a tournament in Rockford. And Dana wasn't at that event.
Illinois?
She'd skipped that one, yeah. Rockford, Illinois. And so when we got to organising, and I asked Loa Boxberger, I said, I need one left-hander in your team, I think. And it's between Alita Sill and Dana Miller. And Lois said, what are they going to be doing there other than bowling? I said, well, they'll be doing some coaching, pro-ams, and they'll be talking at banquets. She said, and with the media. She said, oh, maybe you should go with Dana. She might fit that bill. So that's how she ended up getting the trip to Australia. And the first time I laid eyes on her was in Melbourne Airport when she got off the plane. And she was one of the few, I mean, it's a 14-hour flight from LA. She was one of the few to put makeup on and everything. She looked fabulous. And I thought, ooh. Nice.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
That really is.
That's a true one.
I know it is. You picked her kind of out of the hat looking for a left-hander. That's what I had heard. And what a good choice for the rest of your life, huh?
So
nice, Steve-O.
Yeah.
I think he's red, too.
In the championship match, in the very final match for the International Challenge Cup, we had a huge trophy. And she's bowling Ruth Gerster in the final in Sydney. We had live television on 300 stations around Australia. I'm commentating with the guy from the Australian Broadcasting Commission. And Dana is gone for all money. Can't win the match. Ruth Gerster leaves the washout in the 10th frame, sends the 1 pin around the 10. Dana needs a turkey to win the match by 1 pin and the International Challenge Cup by half a point and gets it.
Wow.
It was fabulous. I mean, it's giving me goosebumps right now.
Wow.
And
you had to ask her out to dinner right then and there because you
were
about to lose your chance.
We all went to dinner that night after the event. It was a nice cruise around Sydney Harbour on a ferry, and we had the boat to ourselves. There was about 30 or 40 of us on the ferry that night, and it was just a very nice nice finish to the tournament. But I mean, if I had scripted that, I couldn't. I wouldn't have come up with that.
Couldn't have done it any better.
I would have thought, well, that's not going to happen.
I've known her a long time. She is a great lady, and she is genuine. If you ever get a chance to talk to Dana Miller, Mackie, you're going to not meet a nicer person, because she is genuine, one of the genuine ladies, good gals of bowling and in life.
Yeah, and living with me for now 33 years, she's still nice. You know, it's amazing.
You haven't converted her yet. That's good. That's good.
Thank God.
That was one of the best stories I've ever heard, especially about how you met your future, essentially. That was it was well done.
It was.
I had to clip that one out and give it to you.
And one of the other bowlers on the US team was Denise Rathbun. She made the first show unexpectedly, and she's a heck of a commentator too. I don't know if she's still in the sport of bowling. She's out of Florida now, got a couple of kids. But Denise and Dana were both born again Christians, and I noticed the difference between them and all the other people that I was dealing with on that trip, the Australians and the Americans. And I said, wow, you know, what is it about these two? And one of the Australian photographers that was going on the trip with us, she said, oh, they're a couple of born-again Christians, didn't you know? And I said, oh, great, a couple of religious nuts. And anyway, Denise and Dana started praying for my salvation, because I sure needed it. I was going to hell in a handbasket.
Thank God.
And they started praying for me, and the rest is history.
How about that?
Yeah, amazing. It is amazing. It really is amazing. And, you know, all things changed. Dana ended up, we got married here at Albuquerque, Calvary Chapel, a big church, 12,000 people. Skip Heitzig's the pastor. And we got married down there. I remember at the wedding, I'm standing up there on the thing, and Mike Miller's one of the best men. And I brought a guy out from Australia, Ron Rush, is the best man, and had the groomsmen there. And I was pretty calm, you know, I'd prayed about it. Been born again 5 minutes, so I'm praying. Just keep me calm, don't let me cry, you know, when she walks in the door. And Skip comes out, the pastor. He says, well, how are you doing? I said, oh, I'm really calm. He said, you won't be. And that was the end of me. I burst into tears. I felt like
you were a blubbering mess after that, weren't you? Yes,
I was
you
blubbering. I was blubbering more than I am now with you. So that was an interesting weekend.
Tears were rolling down the cheeks. I know. I remember those stories.
Well, that's probably happened to you. What, 6 or 7 times? How many wives have you?
Mate, you can't go there. We can't start talking about that.
All right.
I'm working on number 8 or 9 right now.
Yeah, and they've all been winners. So
they are all winners. So I'm not sure what that means.
Jimmy. Jimmy.
Steve's beautiful storytelling has taken us to Game 5 of 8 today. And so
they're bowling out here, aren't they? Yes.
Well, we got a few stuff. We've got Tom Foster's moving over to 5 and 6.
Lesko's coming this way in that nice yellow outfit.
We get to see Andrew Kane on 5 and 6.
We've got any standings after 4 games yet, or we still have
Not yet. We're still waiting for the tournament director to do his job.
He's sitting here telling stories. That's the problem.
No, Jeff's the man.
You want me to see if I can find game score updates after game 4?
No, that's all right.
He'll
It'll get here soon enough.
Sounds good. I guess I'm more concerned for me as a personal standpoint, you know.
Hey, Jimmy, have a look at Eric here. Hey, what do you think compared to your outfit? Oh,
I'm gonna just leave it at that, mate. I think I've got him outdone. I really do.
Eric has had his share of. He's really had his share of health issues, Eric, and it's great to see him bowling again. Oh, Keith Fung throws the ball, turns around, scratches his head. All of a sudden, it's a strike. Maybe that's the key.
Jim, let me ask you a question, Jim. Sure. I feel like I've seen more people stay right today in this squad than I did in squad 2.
I'm noticing that too, and I'm noticing, you know, there's a few more scores around, not a ton, but I do see some guys that making them look a little bit more playable today. I don't think the conditions are any different. I see a lot of bad scores too, but I do see some folks throwing what looks to be like urethane.
Sure.
Urethane, and they got a lot of
Yeah.
revs on it, and they're playing pretty straight with it. And as long as they can keep it between 5 and 10 and not have it jump, I think that's pretty good. And they have the guys that are doing it look like they have enough revolutions on it that if they miss a little bit right, they're getting it to recover a little. And I think that's just player to player. I don't think that has anything to do with conditions. I think certain guys have more hand than others, and if they can learn a little bit from yesterday's two squads, you put that knowledge and the right ball with the right players, and all of a sudden it makes it look a little bit better. But it's easy to get sloppy. I still see a lot of 6, 7 counts and splits and missed spares out there, and usually by game 5 or 6 they're starting to wear down a little bit and make 7 and 8 for a grind. So they're not out of the woods yet. But yeah, I'm seeing what you're seeing. I'm looking at that going, huh. I'll have to keep that in mind. If we're playing tomorrow, I'm going to keep that in mind because that's something I've noticed as well.
Well, this next game will give us a pretty good clue as to how minus 81's holding up. It went from 11 over the card after 2 games to 7. If it drops further, it's only 5 or 4 over the card after the 4th game when we get that number. You're starting to look good again.
Yeah.
Early on, minus 81 was not going to happen.
Early on, I think you get a lot of folks with good aspirations and a lot of adrenaline and excitement, and then after it'll wear on you. It takes its toll.
Look at this.
Because you go for double, and Brian Skidmore right there. He throws 2 really good shots in the pocket.
Yeah, 2 really good shots.
And lets up just a little and goes through the nose and splits. So, that's what I saw yesterday. You get a double, and then all of a sudden, you're feeling pretty good, and then you have a hole right after it, and it's just a killer. And those are the things that wear on you, and it's exhausting because you do that game after game, and you just cannot go to sleep. If you're throwing something good, you got to execute well every single frame.
Yeah, well said.
How difficult, Jim? How difficult is that for 8 games?
It is extremely difficult, and in fact, you see a lot of players yesterday. I got a Facebook message this morning from a Colorado friend, and he goes, "There's so much bleeding on the sheet, it looks like some of those guys needed a tourniquet." I said, you know what? I said, when you have 12 or 13 guys that are under 100 under or better, I said, that says something. That means there's another 40 or 50 guys that are triple-digit red. And some of those guys are really good players. So, it just goes to show you that this is an exhausting grind. And, your 180s and your 190s are not going to kill you. It's those 130s, 140s, 150s that will eat you up.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, par here is probably, if you can get 193, 194 or something, that's par. And don't beat yourself up if you don't shoot 201,
I think I had 2 deuces yesterday, and I think it was 200 and 202 or something of that caliber, and a lot of 180s and 90s.
Yeah.
And I managed to sneak 165 in there just to make sure nobody felt bad,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to, but it happened.
I think that was on the TV pair, was it not, or right next door?
Yes, it absolutely was. Yep, 5 and 6.
Tried too hard in front of us, trying to impress us.
What's funny is I didn't even
work.
recognize you without your makeup on, Steve. I was looking for something. And
Yeah.
There's no makeup on back here, so I wasn't sure who was broadcasting.
Ugly.
Emil looked pretty good yesterday, but look up, I go, who's that old guy in the booth?
Yeah. Ugly as sin.
Bad part is I didn't know if the stories you were telling were good or bad. Uh-oh. Now,
Look at that.
you saw that right there. That was a completely different ball change. The one he was throwing, he hit the pocket twice with. He split once, and now all of a sudden in the 4th frame he changes balls. And that's what you see is a lot of guys try to outfox the fox quick. In his situation, it might have been better just to stay with the same ball.
Yeah.
Make sure you make a little better shot the next frame because now all of a sudden you're starting over again. You're in the 4th frame. And now you're starting to figure out the reaction again with a different ball.
Yeah.
So
It reminded me of when bowling balls first started proliferating, you know, back in the mid 80s, I suppose. The AMF angle came out, urethane and all this stuff. And one guy walked into a tournament in Canberra with 16 bowling balls. And I said to him, there was about 10 of us standing around waiting for the squad to start. I said, did you drive some guys up here? What the hell are all these bowling balls doing? He said, oh no, they're all for me. I said, it's a 16 game set. Why you got 16 bowling balls? Anyway, the guy missed the cut inevitably. I'm writing a column in the Sydney Morning Herald. And you know the headline I put down? Too many balls and not enough marbles. You've got to have some brains to go with these pills these people are pulling out.
Emil, do we have this edited at all? I mean, are there bleeps in the middle
Oh
of
no,
this?
this is pure.
Too many
Get a
balls and
live
not enough
version, and they're
marbles.
taking what they get, and they're probably laughing their heads off back behind the scenes.
Brian Bridges. I remember the guy's name, Brian Bridges, and he came to that reunion that we ran in 2016.
Okay, you told
and
me
he said,
yesterday.
I remember that column you wrote about me in the Sydney Morning Herald. He moved to Melbourne just to get away from the publicity, you know.
Oh, my goodness.
Brian Bridges, heck of a bowler. Him and Bruce Kennedy had a nickname for him. They'd write down every board, the 20 board, the 15 board, the this and that. And you know, both the professors. Professor Kennedy was one of them. Bruce Kennedy, heck of a guy. Here, Jimmy, you do the scores. Tell us what the story is.
This is after game 4?
Yeah.
Wow. Robert Marion's bowling pretty good at 73 over.
Jimmy, I don't like to point it out, but right now
Yeah, I
you're
know.
27 plus
26 or
11,
7.
you're 38.
I mean, this squad's hitting them better early.
Yeah, better early, but the transition's happening.
Yes, it is.
Well, how many are over now? One disappeared. It was 11, then 7, now it's 6.
We have 7 over.
Yeah, still 7, yeah. Jimmy,
Don't say it, mate.
I encourage you to get square with the Lord and pray for mercy.
We got 4 games to get that going backwards a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of solid stuff down there. Let's see some of the people that were coming good. Andrew Kane, 50 in the third, a spare. He's up in front of us now. Let's have a look at him. Last time on this lane, he left a split. Big 4. And high again, but out of trouble. Rich Miller bowled well this week. What's Rich got? Oh, Rich is in more trouble than Flash Gordon here. 96 under. Katie Garcia making a bit of a move. Well, right now we've got Colorado, Arizona, Colorado, 2 more from Arizona. Like I said, this is the Tucson squad. Canada, Zach Wilkins. Texas, Arizona again. The boys and girls from Tucson doing well. Don't have much to bowl in down there. Only 5 centers left in the Tucson metro area.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Golden Pin.
Yeah.
I remember closed. I was doing the PWBA. They had their final event.
Yeah, that was Pete Tontus's house, wasn't it?
Yeah, in 2019.
I crossed with him in 1967. He's got to be as old as me. He's older than me. I met his son at Bowl Expo. Told him I said I crossed with the dad. He said, "Oh, yeah."
Oh, my goodness.
Question for you, Steve, from Jason Fujimoto, who's been watching.
Well, boys, you know what? I'm going to step out and I'm going to go have a burrito with Dennis Helmick.
All right.
It's his day to buy.
It is.
Yeah, so we're going to get a little burrito and Thank you for allowing me to just jump right in here.
Anytime.
Broadcast here.
Anytime, mate.
I
Don't
enjoyed that.
don't leave the building.
I won't leave the
Before
building.
you pay for the burrito.
Oh no, it's still on your tab, mate.
That's the reason I don't run a tab is for people just like you.
Thanks,
The problem
Jim.
is, if you would have run a tab, it would have been for people just like me.
Yeah, it would have been, but I am of Scottish descent.
Me too. We just
Oh, yeah,
we
that's
used to have on league night. We used to have a peppermint patty contest between Steve
Oh,
and
yes.
I. He had
That's right.
peppermint patties down in the candy machine, and the low bowler for the set owed the other one peppermint patty.
Yeah.
Simple bet, but boy, it was feisty.
Yeah, it was on for young and
It
old.
It was.
Younger and older.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate you.
Peppermint
Thank you.
patty.
Appreciate you
You're welcome.
guys.
You're welcome.
See you,
We'll
mate.
we'll do it again soon. Cross your
Okay.
fingers. I'm rooting for some more blood to hear coming backwards.
Yeah. We need to see some blood in the water for you. You're in trouble. Okay, Jason said.
He needs an autograph.
Jason needs an autograph.
He would like Andrew Kane's autograph. He would like your help obtaining that if that's possible.
I'll do what I can.
A good question, I think, just for maybe viewers who are unfamiliar with your tournament, in regards to the dress code and what you allow versus what other tournaments.
Well, in the early days of the New Mexico Open, we didn't allow hats. The first couple of years, we had bowlers wearing ball caps and larger hats. And one of them took it off once and flung it down the lane at the end of a block. And I thought, well, I don't think that's going to work too well, you know. So, but in the last few years, we've allowed them to wear a ball cap. Now, having said that, you got a few people around here. We've got one in front of us, Eric Haggerton. He's got a ball cap on. It might be Keyshawn from Grants is wearing a ball cap. When I coach, if someone's wearing a ball cap, I say, get that thing off, will you? That's where your hot air comes out of your head. You've got to give yourself some breathing room there. And I don't let them wear it at the coaching camps we run here, but, you know, if they want to wear it now, as long as they don't fling it down the lane, I think we're okay with it. And I think this guy, is Kenneth Helberg, Kenneth, we let them do it here.
Most tournaments.
And I don't know if the rule changed, but we let them do it at this tournament.
Most tournaments, the tournament directors or director will, can enforce or set whatever specific rules that they may want to.
Well, let's have a look at Chris Cotslow. He's on the way down here. We'll get him in view shortly. And where is he? 217, 203 the last two. He's 17 under, and he's got an open spare strike, spare turkey. So he's looking to pop over the card after this one. That'll bring him up from 11th and above the card. Rich Miller having trouble getting a double in front of us.
I think what we don't realize, and thanks, John, letting everyone know, at least in the chat, that the scores online are updated. As we talked about, reference them here. We'll take a quick look at Emily Eckhoff, too, by the way. And I'll finish my thought after this shot. Good break. It is 8-game blocks are long, so there are so many things that could happen in an 8-game block. From emotional standpoint, scoring pace, it could go from bad to good to terrible to good, bad in between. There's so many things that could happen in 8 games, and it's very much a marathon type of block and not a sprint. It may feel differently, certainly from the bowler's perspective, obviously, but it's not 5 games. 5 games goes just like that.
Yeah.
When you add an additional 3 games, it's like, okay, I really got to be able to manage my emotional perspective and pace what I'm trying to do overall.
Yeah. We're talking about tournaments back in the day in Australia, and every qualifying round was 16 games straight.
Wow.
And, you know, I run house tournaments here, 6 or 8 games, occasionally a 9-gamer. And people are exhausted. Well, we got used to 16 games down there, 18 in some of them. I bowled a tournament in 1969 in Sydney. It was 92 games of match play. And we bowled 64 of them in the first 2 days.
Oh,
32 games, 4-game blocks, 1 point for a win. And it was 92 games. There was 24 people, and it was kind of an invitational. You had to win a qualifying round in a tournament somewhere around Australia. And they all came together at a bowling centre in Sydney that was opened by Metro Goldwyn Mayer. They were going to open a small chain. They ended up with just the one house, which became an AMF acquisition eventually. And I used to run the South Pacific Classic there for many years. But it was always 16, 24 games straight quite often. And it was no trouble. I remember when the price of bowling started increasing, it went from $2 a game to $2.50 to $3. And I thought, well, maybe I'd better cut the price down, cut the number of games down for the women. I cut the games down from 16 to 12. Oh, man, I was looking at a lynching. You know, they were going to get me and hang me out to dry. What, you don't think we can bowl 16 games in here? I said, I'm trying to save you money.
Right.
To hell with the money. We want to bowl 16 games like the men. And so we went back. But here, 8 games, that's about it.
I couldn't imagine bowling that many games.
They have an Ironman tournament. In fact, I think it's coming up. There's one in Texas.
That was the thing I thought about.
Are you covering it?
I am not, but I've read about it and saw how many games that they actually do bowl.
Yeah.
And that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah. I think they get a pretty good, a decent-sized field there, too. I might try one of them here, but, you know, I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know if it's going to be real popular.
Well, you know, obviously you don't know until you try. Or I feel like you have such a good pulse with your bowlers that they would be open and honest with you about, you know, how it could look or how it might be perceived. Good shot there for Eckhoff.
Yeah. Well, here we are, Rich Miller right in front of us. Spare, 9, strike, 9, 9, strike, 9, strike. Let's see if this gets him a double. Better hurry. Nope. Didn't quite give it as much as he would have liked, and ball never turned at the end. You know, and that's mentally draining too. An errorless, doubleless, 197 or something or other. That'll drive you to the bar, which is now open. I suppose it's good for the bar business.
It's hard to shoot spare after spare because it's hard to stay focused for that amount of time.
Oh goodness!
And then you subsequently miss one, right? And then you're at 190, and then you got a double to get to 190. Andrew Kane.
Kane trying to squeeze out a 200, 107 in the 6th. And a double. Eric, our quasi-golfer in front of us here on lane 7 and 8, has lost about 70 or 80 pounds. He was very, very sick. He was in hospital for a while. His lady friend was in a horrific wreck. Not her fault, and she's been dealing with that in and out of this state for well over a year now. Her daughter Devon unable to visit because of the virus. And pretty tough mentally on a lot of people, and particularly dealing with unfortunate health issues.
Sure.
But Eric's looking pretty good. He's got plenty of get up and go in him, that's for sure. He's throwing the ball down as quick as anyone so far.
I do enjoy his socks. We were talking about his outfit a little bit earlier. Not afraid to wear pink. I like it. How did you manage during that the time off, the unfortunate time off?
Yeah, 11 and a half months. You know, I'd come in, but generally Dana would come with me. The place is closed. We couldn't have the food and beverage open for most of that 11 and a half months. Our league bowlers were very supportive when we were able to open, because this is not a destination food and beverage place. This is, you know, some place that you eat and drink because you're bowling here.
Sure.
And I'd come in the place, unlock the door, turn the alarm off, spend as little time as I could in the place, pitch black. I mean, it was depressing. It really was depressing. And, you know, I kept on, I really did keep on thinking, and I don't know what other owners thought, but I really did think, they're going to open us soon.
Sure.
It's not going to stay closed forever. I mean, it's just not going to. They're going to have to open us. They can't keep on losing all this money. I wrote to the governor on a few occasions, sent her emails, faxes, letters, registered mail, and I've got a stack about that thick of stuff I've sent to the governor's office about how safe bowling is. I remember one of the folks in her office said, well, you know, if we do open you, we won't be able to allow open bowling because they use rental shoes. I said, we've been cleaning rental shoes for 125 years. I mean, we've got the cleanest shoes on planet Earth in the bowling business. And anyway, all of it went to no avail. I had some league bowlers that very, very good writers. In fact, Eric Ferdig, one of our league bowlers here, wrote a story that ended up getting published in one of the national bowling magazines about his plea to the governor and the state here to reopen bowling centres because gymnasiums were open, rock climbing venues were open.
Yeah.
I mean, they're climbing up rocks with bare hands. And you know, we were closed and they were open. Gymnasiums full of the parking lots were packed. They're supposed to be on 50% capacity.
Right.
So we didn't bitch and moan about them being open. We just wanted to be open too. And we had signs all over the tabletops here and on the doors. Everyone was wearing a mask. Me and a couple of other people were pedantic about taking temperatures. Highest temperature I had here was 6,000 people was 98.9. 100.4 was the tipping point where you'd say, hey, you need to go somewhere else. 98.9, 6,000 people. Everyone had their temperature. I mean, they walked in here,
Sure.
Come on, put that thing up there, I want to bowl. And so it was stressful, to say the least, depressing. And but here we are. We've got the tournament. I'm so grateful that all we had to do this week, starting yesterday, was put a mask on. Could have been a disaster.
Yeah, that would have been.
That would have been an absolute disaster. You know, 70% of my entries come from out of state, and you know, they're stuck with air tickets to nowhere. Rental cars were a premium. They're still difficult to come by. Very expensive, according to some of the folks that managed to get one.
Yeah, across the country too. They still haven't gotten all the way back to, from a rental car perspective, to a lot of those companies sold their fleets during that pandemic.
Well, Tom Foster, our Tucson squad manager, looking for a small 200 here.
So is Andrew Kane.
And Kane pulls out another 200, keeps him about 29 over. If he gets another one, he's looking around for another ball. See what it does. I don't know if I'd be fiddling too much. He's had 3 doubles already. That was a good finish for him. Double open, 3 spares, double spared turkey, 205. Gets him to 29 over.
Tried something different on the fill as well. So
Emily Eckhoff is 32 over. She's coming onto this TV pair. Keith Dommer.
This is good. Some of our early and current leaders. We saw Robert Marion. I don't think we're going to see. We might catch him.
He's still down the other end.
I think he's going. What are we going to? 19 and 20 this morning.
He's on 17 and 18, 19, 20, 21 and 2.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna get to see him again.
Well, we saw him set the pace, which was. He kind of let us know what we could expect, but only in the sense of how many people might join him playing the gutter. But we've got a few more lefties in the field in this squad today. And some of the lefties, of course, trying to take advantage of the gutter play. So we'll see Eckhoff, we'll see Kane. This will be a good pair to watch on 7 and 8.
Yeah.
I think we might see Ed Smaglik on 5 and 6. First time I saw Ed Smaglik, he might have been in his late 20s. And me being new to college bowling, he has a 19-year-old. I was thinking that you could only be like, 18 to 22 to bowl or to do anything collegiately, play any sports. But Ed went to Purdue, and the majority of his squad were either upper 20s, mid 20s, some people late 30s, or at least in their early 30s. And I'm like, how is this possible? And then I understood the rules and collegiate eligibility, but I was just taken aback immediately. Like, wait, how are they allowed? How are they allowed to bowl? I thought this was like for college kids, quote unquote. And then I quickly realized, I think Ed had went back grad school, I think at that point as well. But understanding, as long as you have some eligibility, you can really be any age and compete.
Yeah.
And then I learned he was exceptional at bowling.
Yeah. Well, he's been a
still
very
is.
good supporter here. He's made a number of cuts and a number of high place finishes too. Of course, it became a different tournament when we went to bracket play from match play. Eric Hatchett won the first bracket tournament. And he's a heck of a bowler out of Vegas. I thought he'd be here this year. He's not going to make it, but it changed the complexion of the tournament completely from 12 games of match play to brackets. Well, there's Kane. Tried that ball that just put 10 in the pit, and it never made the turn.
Was it just previously like 12 games round robin?
12 games round robin,
Okay.
yeah. Everyone bowled everyone a position round. The position round usually decided who made the top 5 and who didn't. It was always real close. Here's Smaglik. Very nice, very polished game. Good practice game, that one. Look forward to seeing him the next couple of games here on the TV lanes. Well, we've got a good grouping here. Matthew Tran's younger brother is a two-hander, a la Jason Belmonte, with about 5 miles an hour greater speed.
Wow.
But Matthews, his older brother, just bowled a couple of scratch tournaments here a few months ago when we first got reopened. Emily out the window, but had a small 200 the last game. She's hanging around the headpin pretty well. Keith Lesko on lane 5. Are you a friend of Keith on Facebook?
I don't believe I am.
Oh, you should.
Sounds like I should be.
You should friend him. He's got some funny things that get up there. He's a 2021 version of Groucho Marx. Take the mickey out of anyone. Real funny. I enjoy his post, and I've told him that too. Oh, Ed looks pretty sweet here. Very solid at the line and a little bit of loft, doesn't go astray. That's a couple of shots with that ball on 7 and 8, and Andrew hasn't found the pocket yet. Welcomed Eddie Joe Torres. He's in the next squad up out of Silver City. We mentioned him yesterday and that bowling down there.
It's funny, but just thinking ahead, like this one's going to be, these squads are just going to continue to keep getting better. Stu Francois have yet to bowl.
Stu Williams is in squad 4.
I believe Francois is as well.
Well, Smaglick's had a couple of really good shots here. Can we get to see him? There he goes. Oh, nice turkey.
Still looks the same too.
Very solid. Oh, solid game.
Still looks the
if
same.
you're going to teach bowling, that wouldn't be a bad place to start. Okay, a good look here at Emily Eckhoff as well. 32 over for 5. Unusual 8-pin leave.
She was involved in one of the best matches I've ever seen, and it was at the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships. I think it was the semifinals or the quarterfinals. She bowled against Julia Bond, who is now a multi-time PWBA champion. At the time, Julie was at Nebraska, Emily was at Hastings College, and Emily was the reigning and defending women's ISC champion. The match was, I forgot Emily's exact score, but I think it was 8-0 something to like 792.
Oh.
For three game total pinfall. It was incredible.
Wow. That would be an unusually high scoring match at a men's event. Matt Murtashaw out of Wildemar, California. One of about 8 West Coast bowlers that have come over for this tournament. Ramsey Basurdo, Bobby Camagnali. Got a good field here from California.
So in your travels, where would you, can you rank some of your top states that you visited? Some of your top, visit states, monuments, anything. I mean, obviously you're well traveled, so.
Well, bowling-wise, be hard to beat Texas. I mean, there's some good bowling states. California has tons and tons of tournaments.
Sure.
In the old days, everyone bowled sweepers and travel leagues would end up in Vegas for a championship round or a sweeper night or something or other. I mean, there's some interesting promotions in California, but Texas, heck of a bowling, and it's better now than it ever was. You know, I have an article in the Dallas Bowling newspaper every so often, once a month, and you know, they've got events all over the place there. Got a lot of tournament clubs. You've covered some events down there.
Plenty.
For them as well. Well, here's the scorecard, and a little bit of a blip in Marion's total. He shot 182 then. He's the leader at 55. John Johnson's hasn't done much wrong yet, 45 over. Ed Smaglick looks pretty good here. What's he got? He's on a roll. Pair of 206s, and he started with a very solid four-bagger. He's only 6 under, so he's going to come up. Kevin Jenkins, 43. Emily, 32. Kane, 29. We've now opened it up to 8 over the card. Kyle King shot 255 then to jump up to +6. Well, I'm going to pop off for a while. Duty calls.
Gotcha.
And I shall see you anon.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, mate.
Always a pleasure to talk with Steve Mackey. Talk about holding court. Man, he can do that well. That's someone you want to have a conversation with. Oh, hook ball. But in my just, again, short couple days of really getting to meet him in person, definitely someone you want to speak with, learn from, and talk about this great game of sport that we thoroughly enjoy. And he's really created a nice game here, or a nice event, I should say. Great center. Smaglick looking for the front 5 in a second. Ooh. Good break. Good break for Keith. Hagerton, Lesko, Smaglick, and Miller over, 5 and 6 Tran. Eckhoff, Kane, and Matt Mertishaw. You're on 7 and 8. Well, 9 and 10. Brian Skidmore, Chris Ketzlow has joined, and he is getting closer and closer, of course, to 5, 6, 7, and 8, but we'll be able to catch him on 9 and 10. I'm trying to look up that score that I referenced. That's one you don't forget, and I know she shot 800. I just don't remember exactly what it was. And that's why you got to go find out. So I'm gonna go do that. Although it could have been, a 798 something or the other, but I really don't think that's what it was. Oh yeah, see, I overstated it. All right, so she didn't shoot 800. I really thought she shot 800. 782 to 772. I'm pretty sure that included a 300. I think Julia Bond had 270, 280 in the same game. It was just incredible. Neither one, well, of course, Julia couldn't quite get over the hill, obviously, that And then Emily went on to repeat as the singles champion, defeating Morgan Brown in the finals in 2016. That was actually at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. But it definitely felt like 8:07.90 the way they tossed the ball. Jason right now, 10th place for this squad is -20 right now after 5 games. -20. And at the moment, that belongs to Zach Wilkins. Again, it's Marion, Robert Marion, John Johnson, Kevin Jenkins, who's gone a 223, 234 his last 3. Emily Eckhoff is 4th currently on this squad. Andrew Kane, 5th, +29. Eckhoff +32. Jenkins +43. Good shot there for Eric. Mr. Haggerton. Excuse me, John Johnson at +45. Robert Marion is +55. He is leading the way. And then we get down to Kyle King, or excuse me, Chris Ketzlow is 7th at +19. Keith Dahmer 6th at +20. And then Kyle King is the only player, or the last player plus at the moment to make 8. Smaglick at -6 and 9th. And again, Zach Wilkins 10th at -20. Wow. I've seen people be able to circle it like that. This squad as a whole has just, I think, played the lanes better. Andrew safe and sound there. Get a joke with the former Prez. He was one of the first players that I met when I worked at the Open Championships. Our first event there was 2010 in Reno. And I say players as in, like, you know, those who I started to understand and learn based on his collegiate bowling history. I knew who he was, but never really got a chance to watch him bowl collegiate. I was a few years after. But you know, he's the type of person that you hear about. Oh man, I'd like to see Andrew Kane in person. And you get a chance to see him, then you meet him, and he's a great individual as well. Saw him again in 2011, and I referenced that earlier with the Team All Events Eagle in 2011. These two pairs not wasting any time either. If anyone else has a question about a particular player, by the way, or where a particular score may currently sit at the moment for this squad, just let me know. Let's go. Uh-oh, he knew it when he let it go. That one was going to be tough. Eckhoff, good shot. Again, when I mentioned her game, you can see just how simple it is. It's A to B. High backswing, straight, right behind her head. Fluid. Speaking over at 9 and 10. Big game potential here for Andrew Kane. Same thing for Ed Smaglik. Stubborn 6. Same thing applies for Eric Hagerton as well. And for Eric right now, let's see, Eric Hagerton is 22nd on the squad at minus 83. How about that break? See what Murdashaw is able to do, though. I mean, we haven't really seen people be able to open up the lanes the way this squad has. And I'm fully expecting squad 4. They paid attention. They probably watched a little bit. They see the scoring pace. Push. I guess fair for Eckhoff. Matthew Tran trying to get back on the strike train here after a couple of opens. He does. High flush. Will end over in roll as we get set to see Lesko. Oh, my goodness. Hashtag team no 8-pin. Another piece of me just withered away. That's going to happen in the finals. I know it is. I can just tell. And that makes max score for Andrew 238. Jason in the chat discussing he finished 19 under yesterday. It's and from what I have been told and understand, obviously the closer you are to even and or above, the better your chances are to advance to the top 32. Now, after watching yesterday's squads, I would have said minus 19 would have definitely made it. After watching 5 games and, well, 5 3/4 of this squad, I would back down slightly from minus 19, but still feel overall good about it. at this point. Of course, game 4, or excuse me, squad 4. That is, that's going to be the one. Not even talking about squad 5 because we know what everyone's gunning for in squad 5, but. The old 7-pin. So I'm going to turn that into 2-teen. Getzlow shoots 168 on 9 and 10. He's going to make his way over to 7 and 8. Murdershaw really opening the lanes. His ball speed is perfect for what he is trying to do. I tell you what. Maybe the hole probably a little bit too big at this point for Matt to dig out of. Look out. All right. That's a great point, Chad. Not a lot of maximum penalties here this morning. That was an excellent game there for Matt Murtashaw. 248. I appreciate Matt's efforts for stopping by BowlStreamTV and giving us his best effort of this block. See if he can keep that up as he continues to move left. He'll go to 5 and 6. You always wonder about those kind of things, Chad. I mean, what is it? Why does that happen? And Smaglik is going to be in the 240s. If you were to walk in here this afternoon and had no knowledge of Friday's squads and saw the lanes look pretty playable, oh, I can circle it a little bit. Now, obviously, it's game 6, so you have to keep that in mind. But even if you want to maybe game 2 or 3, you say, oh, well, maybe the gutter's in play. You might feel very confident about this. And then you get on the lanes and realize how much or how difficult or slim the margin of error really is. Excellent spare there. The 2-4-10 made, and that is going to save 190, which is humongous in this event. A 3-strike potential, or a 4-strike potential 197. For now, let's just call it a 3-strike 190-ish. 197, 248, 218, and 165. And Rick Miller will close it down for game 6 on 5 and 6. Kevin Jenkins, who looks like he is going to be on 7 and 8 in game 8, and then 9 and 10. Here coming up game 7, but one more strike in the 10th. He's going to be in the 220s. He is currently 3rd at plus 43. And take that one to the bank. Kevin Jenkins line today, 177, 225, 184, 223, 234. And looking at another 220 game. $150 watching. I appreciate you tuning in. This is BowlStreamTV. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Big thanks to Steve Mackey, Jim Tillery. They have all joined us today. Officially in the game 7, and here is Ed Smaglick. Coming off a 243 game. Out the gates, 245 here for Ed. Chris Ketzlow had a pretty good 2021. Chris coming off 168 on 9 and 10. Andrew Kane has moved over to 9 and 10, along with Keith Dahmer. So some of these top leaders now meeting up and bowling as we get to the end of this squad. A good point there, Chad. There is a level of patience that is, I mean, it's clear after seeing just 2 squads, or nearly 3 full squads for me. First time seeing this event in person, but it's kind of like any other event where, especially if the format's long, and I'm saying an 8-game block is pretty long in that regard, especially when you're dealing with the condition itself, what the condition brings, and how mentally focused you have to remain. But yeah, that patience is, you know, it's so quick to, you want to be able to get off to the best start possible. And sometimes it's hard to not want to score. And what I mean by that is you want to score, obviously. You want to score high all the time, but sometimes you have to realize that, all right, I don't think I can get to 250 this game. So what can I do? Well, let's get to that 190. Maybe it develops a little bit for you. And then all of a sudden, you know, you get to the end of a block, or whenever that block happens, there's that A pin again. Man. Hashtag team no A pin. Charlie, I will do that for you here. I will leave it to you, though, Charlie. Would you like to wait until we have Game 6 scores, or would you like me to give you a top 10 in the chat for Game 5? John, I don't believe that is, that's a no, pretty sure. It's like the Open Championships. You bowl your 8 games, post your score, and hope it holds. Well, in this case, hope it gets you in. I think that's part of the, just my opinion, just part of the items of this event, right? If you can't re-enter, it's like, well, that's it. I mean, there'd be a ton of people re-entering, no doubt. I think there ended up being 39 bowlers on this squad. Post that score. Hope it's good enough. If it doesn't get you into the top 32, if you're in that zone where it's like it's questionable, then more than likely you're going to at least nab a check. Generally, as Steve mentioned earlier, 48 to 49 will receive some level of cash. Of course, the winner, $10,500. We'll take you over to 9 and 10 here pretty soon. Yeah, just this. I mean, what Kenslow is doing now. I think we saw Scott McCleary was able to do a little bit of this, and I'm talking about really watch his ball have some reaction, left to right, able to circle it a little bit. We watched that. We watched Trey Ford have a little bit of that success when he was able to move in late in the block on Friday morning. A little bit last night. Last night really felt like it got into the ultimate grind mode. Chad, I appreciate you the tea yesterday too, by the way. I know you bowled yesterday, obviously. I was trying to commend you on at least what it seemed like. You're trying to take and do the best you could and have or take what you could get with what was being provided. You got some terrible breaks, but it seemed like you were still open to trying to learn something. And I thought that was important. John, I think originally, or at least as of yesterday, there was supposed to be about 45, 44 in the squad. As Steve mentioned, there were, or he was alerted to several players who were making their way here yesterday, or at least attempting to, and were met with flight delays and for some cancellations. So I think a couple folks, unfortunately, were at the mercy of whatever airport, airline, and or weather situations that may have occurred yesterday. I went through it on Thursday on my way here as well. Fortunately enough, I was able to get here, but my equipment was actually delayed, so I did wait at the airport for it just in case. You know, there were some flight delays out of Dallas, which is where I connected yesterday, or excuse me, on Thursday. Travel's always 50-50, man. You just never know. Cuts low. Ooh, man, right through the heart. Well, I'll tell you what, man. Steve is such a good person that for some strange reason he's allowed the Chicago Bears game to be on TV here in the center. So I get to watch bowling and I get to watch the Bears. I don't know if watching the Bears is necessarily a good thing, because in previous years they've been worse than the lane condition that we're bowling on. This is also around the time yesterday when I thought we had games or pairs in a particular game, and they were like a game behind. And so it looks like the scoreboards are being restarted on 5 and 6. Chad, sorry, I just got back from, I want to get Martin Neal's name, who was bowling with Chris here. That's something I learned while bowling, or excuse me, not bowling, covering the PWBA tour, and learning about how no matter, if you can strip it, right, but there may be a little bit of that memory, and it can play a role. And I did think about that. And so when I thought about it in my head, I said, well, I got to wait, obviously, to watch Squad 4 to see if that is indeed, a potential possibility.
No problem, Dave. We'll get you that link. It is bowljbt.com.
I am just waiting for the Game 6 update, and then I'll give you the top 10, and I'll drop the top 10 in the chat for you, so you can have that. Big thanks to everyone tuning in and hanging out, hanging tough. Although it happened way back in January at this point, but if you recall watching the, oh, we got an update coming up. And we have a new leader. I'll get back to the Chris Ketzlow item in 1 second. New leader is Kevin Jenkins. Had that 224 on the end just last game. He is now at plus 67. Robert Marion is second at plus 48. Andrew Kane third at plus 47. John Johnson is fourth at plus 37. He is tied with Ed Smaglik at that number. Emily Eckhoff is sixth at plus 29. Keith Dahmer is seventh at plus 23. Eighth is Mason Edmondson. That's pretty good stuff from Mason, because his game one was a little bit of a struggle. Threw a gutter early in that game. Had missed some spares. He shot 173. And since then, he's gone 200, 166, 218, 197, 238 to get to -8. And now Chris Ketzlow, who was coming off at 168, or excuse me, Kyle King also tied at -8, I beg your pardon. And Chris Ketzlow is 10 at -13. So if you recall, Chris Ketzlow was part of the stepladder finals of the PBA Players Championship, the West Region stepladder, which was a part of the 2021 PBA Players Championship. The winners advanced to the finals of that. And Ketzlow finished second to Anthony Simonson in that West Region.
Essentially was running the ladder for a minute. Seemed like a long time ago, but it was early January. All right, so Martin Neal will step up, and then I'm going to take a peek over at 9 and 10. Kevin Jenkins will be up shortly. That's Chris Clerk on the right. And here is Jenkins, the southpaw. Ooh. And for Kevin, that is a 4-bagger. He is going strike, spare, 4-bagger. I'm gonna go get some Kleenex, and then I'm gonna come back and type in the top 10 for you. All right. Update on Jenkins. He went 8 spare in the 8th. So I'll read those scores again. Again, Kevin Jenkins. I'm also going to type them. 1267. Out here leading the way, Robert Marion. You saw his excellent start. We'll check on Dahmer too. He just struck. We'll see if he can get, look at his 10th frame. He can get to 225. Robert Marion at 1248 for 6. Leave that off here. Let's see, Andrew Kane, 3rd at plus 47. John Johnson. I don't think I've seen John Johnson at this point. Don't think. Fourth at 12:37 or plus 37. Andrew Kane, he can strike in the 9th and double in the 10th to get to 227. Throws a strike in the 9th, good messenger. Ketzlow has made a move left. It just boomerangs off the spot. Oh, and some late love. You caught it on the right side of your screen there. 4-pin just kind of laid into the 7 for Kevin Jenkins, and now he can get into the 240s. Smaglet with the spare and Smaglet 5th, also at plus 37, or 4th, I beg your pardon. Matthew Tran on a nice run. I think that's his only Brooklyn of this run as well. Let's see if Ketzlow can make this. We saw it made earlier. That one happened over on 9 and 10. It was early. It was Zweig. Maybe Matt did that. So Kane and Dahmer will be up momentarily. First we'll see Lesko. 6th place right now, Emily Eckhoff. Over to Kane. Again, Andrew, 167 in the 8th, strike in the 9th. 2 more in the 10th, they'll be in the 220s. There's 1. Keep it here for a second. We'll get Keith Dahmer, who is currently in 7th. Nice shot there for Keith. And Kane once again, let's see, his high game of the day is 248. Andrew's low game is 169. It's at 208, 205, and 218. It'll be his first game of 220 or in that category, I should say. All right, in 10th place at the moment, Chris Ketzlow. That's a huge shot. He's trying to save 172. We'll watch Kane here. And Smaglik trying to save 170 also. Here is Smaglik. All right, top 10 is there in the chat. Here's Smaglik trying to save. That's a huge save there. First strike came or comes in the 10th frame, first 2. You can see the difference in scores there for Ketzlow and Smaglik. One, their first strike comes in the first shot of the 10th frame. The other, able to throw a double, but had a couple of splits. In fact, 3 splits for Ketzlow. But both players doubling in the 10th frame to save 170. Murdashaw to your left. Just saw him. That's Tran, by the way, Matthew Tran. Back to Smaglik. And shoots 174. Kevin Jenkins now, first shot of his 10th frame. That one crosses over. 4-7. All right, so best he can do is shoot 225. And 168 there for Kessel, the 248.10 on the fill. It's a really good game. Obviously, that open in the ninth changed some things for Keith. As Smagler just said, it might be 7 and 8 might be the hardest pair he's ever bowled on for that particular game. That's interesting because Smagler has bowled a ton, obviously in his day. He's bowled a lot of events. 224, by the way, for Kevin Jenkins. In fact, that was the best pair I've seen as a collective. 224, 224, 226, 235. Those are the games just bowled on 9 and 10 in Game 7. Between Matthew Tran, Andrew Kane, Keith Dahmer, and Kevin Jenkins. So 9 and 10 will be on Game 8. 7 and 8 will be in Game 8. 5 and 6 are completing Game 7. Let's see how Eckhoff can finish out here. Right now working on double 9 spare strike. Spare strike. She's got a good chance. Considering, however, the scores that she just shot now. She can move around Ed Smagwick, though. Ed's going to give a few pins back. There's no additional money on the line for this squad as well. Should mention that. That was only for squads of 1 and 2 yesterday, courtesy of Principal Financial Group and Jim Wimple. So no additional money for either of today's qualifying squads. High game still on the line, though. That is per squad, and that's just part of the entry fee. I think Squad 4 will tell us a lot. We'll really get a chance to obviously do a direct compare and contrast. We'll be fresh off seeing Squad 3. We'll go right into Squad 4 and be able to do a nice little analysis, if you will. Let's see, to get you ready for Squad 4. I'm just going to read names. Now, I may not know many or all of the players that I'm going to name, but if you know them, and feel free to chime in the chat and say a few words or something about said players. So right now, according to what I have competing in squad 4, Anthony Baker, Steve Smith. I'm not sure if that is the Steve Smith, but I'm going to find out shortly. Zachary Harvey, Aaron Johnson, Stephon Wood, Christian Apollonio, Michael Smith, Carlos Forzan, Joe Burrell, Dennis Brown, defending champion, Dwayne Mellinger. That's an important one to keep an eye on. Mike Lee, Rick Bernard, he can throw it, of course. Hunter Mays, Dylan Taylor, David Burnett, Francois Lavoie. Always good to watch a multi-time U.S. Open champion. Kenneth Friedrich, Mario Chavez, Christopher Mays, Eddie Joe Torres, Felipe Esprue, Nick Balistreri, Madison Holman, Akeem Williams, David Chubb, J.J. Martinez, Rob Moffitt, Stephen Kurtz, a good player, Dwayne Tierson, Bradley Harvey, Blaine Hurst, Bronson Etsy, Clay Rees, Ari Wilson, Sherry Lynn Hall, Nate Bolton, Scott Myers, Ramsey Bracerto, David Haynes, who has won this event, Team USA, excellent player as well, Marcus Medina, Eileen Leonardes, Kyle Duster, who was in the chat earlier, Vernon Peterson, another former champion, Tony Newth, Gary Hadley, and Stu Williams. Pretty solid squad 4 coming up. And now just under 1 hour. Chris Clark just started game 8. Got one left, missed left, Brooklyn, and able to carry. And boy, you talk about the celebration. So 7 and 8 has been done with game 7 for a little bit now. Game 8 again underway on 9 and 10. Let's see. Murdershaw, let's see who's going to go first. It's going to be Matt. Chris Clerk, Brooklyn yet again. He started with double 9. He's got a 5-pin to deal with. Steve Decker. Michelle Lanjos. And Emily Eckhoff all working to finish on 5 and 6. Then also on 3 and 4. They are finishing up game 7 as well and are in the 10th frame. Looks like we may be waiting for, or maybe not, thought we were waiting for a ball return. That same weird little lull. That we had about this time last night, where there were a few pairs who were a little later than others to get into game 8. Let's take a look at Smaglick here on 9 and 10. Finally get a chance to see John Johnson for the first time. That was who you saw strike. So Johnson, Clerk, Smaglick, and let's go. Meanwhile, Eckhoff has doubled in the 10th frame and with good count. Specifically 8, she's going to hit the 220 mark. Let's see the final shot for Emily. .220 it is. All right, and everyone now into game 8 officially. So the lanes will need to be oiled. Right now, I'd guess about an hour from now, maybe a few minutes after. Assuming that most people who are scheduled to bowl most are here already. I've already seen several in the building. Tyler Albrecht down on 11 and 12. Nice double. Frames 3 and 4. Smaglick. I mean, it's just wild that Ed Smaglick throws it to me this same way he did in like 2004. Of course, he'd probably tell me that's no way, but that's how I remember him. Thinking about the amount of bowlers in the this Southwest region, Of course, Mexico, Arizona, Colorado. All of the states that are represented here this week. California, obviously. And then those who have, speaking outside of New Mexico, of course, in the Southwest area, but I know Ari was scheduled to participate. I don't know if he's here. I hope he is, but I know his mom was undergoing some heart surgery this week. So all our prayers to Shonda if Ari is watching. That's my little guy, little homie. He's turned into a heck of a player. So I knew he could be. Based now in Vegas, but from Chicago. Just this squad alone, Arizona, Colorado, Texas. Zach Wilkins, of course, from Canada. That's it. And sorry, Kansas. Katie Garcia from Wichita and California. This one dominated by Mr. Foster's squad with 17 bowlers from the Tucson area in Arizona, so had to keep that in mind. But even just for the full roster, those couple of states, of course, we got Utah represented, Steve Klumpkin. Obviously, Nevada. Chad, the first person I think of in that regard as well. He's also the first name I just saw with that as well. Bradley Van Sickle from Louisiana. He's scheduled to bowl this, or this evening, I should say. Let's see. Trey Ford is from Oklahoma. He bowled in squad 1 yesterday. Vernon Peterson from Florida. I wouldn't mind seeing a few, I think we have one bowler from Iowa too. I would not mind seeing a nice Midwest contingent make the trip down here for a chance at 10K on a demanding condition. All things being equal, quote unquote, you know, when the lanes are tough. All right, back over to 7 and 8. They are ongoing. After an open frame in the first, Jenkins strikes in the seventh, or the second, excuse me. Kevin was leading the way after 6 games, this squad, plus 67. And also he would be the overall leader at this point as well. Coming into today, that honor belonged to Billy Ginch from Colorado at plus 24. At the moment, again, after 6 games, Billy would be sitting in 7th place in the overall standings with 6 individuals with a score of plus 29 or better. I saw Jeff going down to get scores, and as soon as I say his name, he brings me another one. So here is the after 7 update. Game 7, Kevin Jenkins just continues to shine here. He is now at plus 91. Plus 91. Andrew Kane is second at plus 73. Emily Eckhoff is third at plus 49. John Johnson is fourth at plus 48. Keith Dahmer fifth at plus 47. Mason Edmondson is sixth at plus 29. Robert Marion seventh at plus 15. Matthew Zweig. Impressive bowling by Matthew. If you were following along earlier today, Zweig had 135 in game 2. Nice spare there for Steve, the old 1-2-4-10 washout. Appreciate Steve and his support too of what I do. Came up to me and met him a couple of years back in Tucson. All right, Keith Dahmer, 5th at plus 47. Mason Edmondson, 6th at plus 29. Robert Marion, 7th at plus 15. Matthew Zweig, 135 in game 2. Got back on the strike train quickly. Really hasn't gotten off. He's at plus 14 overall. He is 8th at Smaglik, 9th at plus 11. And Michael Fitzgerald is 10th at minus 9. Appreciate the likes and hitting the thumbs up. Appreciate those who have subscribed within the last couple of days as well on BowlStreamTV. Thank you very much. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Thank you. Thanks Steve Mackey, Jim Tillery for joining me today. We'll have Steve will be on throughout each squad as well. And we'll see who else we can get. Squad 4 should be certainly entertaining. And I think we'll learn a lot. We will learn a lot. And then obviously squad 5 is you just kind of get your popcorn ready. Sit back and watch that squad try to put up their best 8 games that's going to get them in. Morgan, what's up, my man? Hope all is well. Squad starts at 12:30 Mountain, 12:30 p.m. Mountain time. Squad 5 scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. Eastern, or I'm sorry, Mountain. Steve said it generally starts closer to 6:30. Here's KJ. And the buck, and he quickly told himself, okay, let's relax, let's calm down here. Morgan, man, you can't say you're pretty sure about bowling at 6. Like either you bowling at 6 or you're not bowling at 6. That sounds like that means that there's some level of chance involved in that, where you may not bowl at 6. But it doesn't sound like you're bowling at 12:30, so all right. Chris Ketzlow with a nice break. I think he's been due for one of those. Let's take a look at Chris Clerk real quick here. Now we'll catch him on the next. He's made a nice considerable jump left after going Brooklyn a couple of times. He made a move in, moving to 9 and 10. From my angle, it looked to be about 5th arrow. He had some loft involved in that shot. Melissa Danks now over on 5 and 6. I think I get where Morgan Moore is coming from.
Wow, they hammered him. I may not cash. So it'd be in the top 32. I may not make it. 50. That's shocking. I don't know what the difference was.
I'm currently watching Jim Tillery look at the scores and have that look in his eyes. If you joined us earlier, Jim had joined us talking with Steve and Jim. Were very delightful. To Jason's question, missed the scoring. 10th place is -9. 10th place on this squad is -9. All right, let's give you the top 10 here in the chat. Kevin Jenkins, +91. Andrew Kane, +73. Emily Eckhoff, +49. John Johnson, +48. Keith Dahmer, +47. Mason Edmondson, +29. Robert Marion, +15. That's 7th. Matthew Zweig, +14 with a 135 game. That happened again in game 2. And he went over to the next pair, one pair to the left. It was on, what did he do that at? 7 and 8, 135, went to 5 and 6. Made a jump left, ball change, bang, bang. All of a sudden, he's in business. Smaglick, +11. And 10th, Michael Fitzgerald, -9. That's the top 10 from C Squad only. Ed Smaglick finishes with 210. John Johnson shoots 207. John Johnson finishes at plus 55. Smagler gets to plus 21. Chris Clerk is 12th at minus 21. And with a double, double and 8, he would get to even. The way the squad is going, you don't want to leave it to chance, certainly. But I think he's going to be in good shape either way. You could tell that left lane was a bugaboo a little bit for Chris. Able to make something work out, though. Brooklyn back, I think, back in the second. 3 spares. He's made a split this game as well. That happened in the 5th, and now not the easiest of spares to make in a 10th frame. The open in the 10th, unfortunately, there for Chris. He is going to shoot 191. And he'll be at minus 30. Let's go finish it out with 153. You certainly hope minus 30 would be enough to get into the top 32. Tyler Albrecht. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. He went 8 minus, 7 out on a split. Wow. Tyler on 9 in a row. He's thrown the back 9. For Albrecht, who was 13th at minus 30. He is going to move into the plus category by shooting 250 to end the block. Impressive. Back 10 for 255, and again, he went 8 out, 7 out on a split, first 2 frames. Impressive stuff. So Tyler then gets to plus 25 and makes a nice little leap. He is, that game, I would say, certainly solidified him into the top 32. Huge finish. See a 248 game down on 13 and 14. I'm not sure who shot that. And Matt Zweig is down on 15 and 16. Zweig is definitely going to be in the 200s. It looks like he can get to 220 or 230. thinking it's 220 now for Zweig. Maybe 225 for the spare. Or I'm completely wrong and it's 205. Either way, I think he's going to be in the 200s. Okay, so Keith Dahmer, nice spare. Nice job there. Mr. Burns, Dwight Burns, one of the seniors competing on this squad. Dahmer, maybe just left of 6th arrow. Or 5th arrow, I beg your pardon. Interesting, Kevin Jenkins struggling here in this final game. The southpaw has been excellent. One game under 200. That was game 1. He shot 177. .177, 225, 184, 223, 234, 224, 224. That is how Kevin Jenkins got to plus 91 for 7 games. Tall lefty. Oh, that's a big double there. Without knowing what Andrew Kane shot, let me pull up my combined list here. Let's see where that is. So, when we came in this morning, Billy Ginch was your leader at plus 24. Dale Coffey was second at plus 9. Excuse me. Come on, sinuses. Work with me here. John McIntyre was third at plus 1. That was all squads combined. Squads 1 and 2 entering this morning. Good shot there, Steve. Meanwhile, Jason McIntyre, mentioned him plus 1. Jason Fujimoto was fourth at minus 19. Jacob Gill, who led A squad, or squad 1, at minus 23. Trey Ford was sixth. He was second on that squad. Speaking of squad 1 at minus 35. And then Brandy, of course, is hanging out with us. Fingers crossed indeed. Brandy was 7th coming into today at minus 36. Justin Hune was 8th at minus 44. Scott McCleary was 9th at minus 55. Michael DeVore was 10th at minus 68. And we've been talking about Jim Tiller, or Tillery, excuse me. We talked to Jim and we were talking about his number at minus 81. Steve Klumpkin was 12th at minus 85 today, coming into today. Again, after 7 games, right? At least after 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people would move ahead of Billy Ginch, who was entering today as the leader. And then you would have to throw in Robert Marion, Matt Zweig. Smaglik is finished at plus 21. And no love there for Dahmer on the washout. So I'm going to guess. I think Chris Clerk will be a good barometer for you, Brandy, because Chris Clerk is now at minus 30. So I think if you keep an eye on Chris Clerk, you guys are probably tied to the hip, if you will, for at least for the next few hours. looks like Keith is going to give a few sticks back, but he's not going to be in any kind of danger. I don't know the stats. It's my first time certainly seeing the event live, so I don't know the stats between, in this particular event, you know, how many times the top seed has lost in a first round matchup or has even made it to the finals. Very nice bowling today from Keith Dahmer. 265. That's what he opened the day with. 265. 265 yesterday looked like 300 if someone would have gotten to that point. He opens the day with it. 265, 206, 167, 203, 179, 203, 224. Oil machine is out on the high end. So that process is underway to get these lanes oiled and dressed for squad 5 today, or squad 2, however you want to look at it for today. Squad 5 overall, or 4, excuse me, squad 4. So Dahmer in the books now with 211, game 8. He is going to get into move to plus 58 overall. John Johnson at plus 55. Spare there for Michelle. She'll finish things out. Jenkins on the left. Trying to limit the damage here. $190, if he can get there, would only drop him 10 pins, and he'd finish at minus 81, or sorry, plus 81. Andrew Kane was at plus 73 entering this last game. Nice shot. I think Emily Eckhoff shot 208. All right, 180 on the end for Kevin Jenkins. His 2 low games come at the bookend. 177 to start, 180 to end. He'll lose 20 and sit at plus 71. So we may have a new C squad leader and a new overall leader. If Eckhoff did indeed shoot 50 or 208, she's at plus 57. And our guy, Steve Decker, will take us home. Final shot here of squad number 3, which began back at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. 7 on that fill shot for Steve, 173. And that will do it for Squad 3 coverage of the New Mexico Open. Quick turnaround. We'll be back with you in just a second. Squad's scheduled to start at about 12:30. Give it a few minutes after that. Let the lanes be oiled. Sit for just a tad, and then we'll fire it back up for you. I appreciate all of you. Appreciate Jim Tillery, Steve Mackey for joining me this afternoon. It's only going to get better. again, something to keep in mind. Obviously, the scores are very high this squad overall. I would say, as I mentioned earlier, Squad 4 will be our direct comparison tool to see just how either more difficult or how incredibly playable this squad made them look. So we'll find all of that out coming up next. So for Steve Mackey, Jim Tillery, his entire staff and crew here at Tenpins More, my name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll see you in a few minutes. This has been a presentation of the 17th New Mexico Open live on BowlStreamTV.